All right, folks, and we are live. So welcome everybody here in person. Welcome to the folks online. I'm Gennady Goldstein, the chair of RCT, and welcome to our quarterly meeting. A few logistics before we get started. So we are using this microphones. They're quite sensitive. So watch your mics. If you have a little sidebar conversation, make sure your mic is off, so both folks in the room and folks online can hear. Be courteous of our diverse community, both here in person and on the line. So if you are presenting, state your name. If you're using a file to present something, for the folks following along with the digital binder, please be clear about what file you are referring to. Describe your charts and exhibits, so folks with various accessibility needs can also follow along with the discussion. Be courteous of our ASL interpreters and card services. Speak slowly, clearly, provide some pauses every now and then so interpreters can keep up. Basically, be nice. That's our general rule of thumb here at our city. Be nice. We are doing two periods of public comments for this quarterly meeting. One is today at 4:45. Another one is tomorrow at 12:45. We wanted to provide two periods of public engagement opportunity because some folks are more free during the day, some folks are more free kind of as the workday wraps up. So we are trying that this session. We have a couple of folks that signed up for public comments. If you are online and you also want to sign up for public comment, please do so by 3 o'clock today for today's public comment session. Please email Lisa Godwin, she's on the meeting notes, and express your interest, and she will make sure that you are on the list to make a public comment. Just wanted to say a few words to get us on the right mindset for the session. So some folks in this room were privileged enough on Tuesday to attend Governor Abbott's leadership summit for his appointed representatives, which we on the council are. We are volunteers and we serve at the pleasure of the governor. And we're here because it's a passion for us. Literally, right? We all have something that makes this effort personal and meaningful to us. And the governor has two rules in life, and I love them both. Rule number one, don't break any laws. Blunt, straightforward. And that's also what we look to do here. We want to make sure all laws are followed, the regulations are followed, not just the letter of the law, but also the spirit of the law. We have a great relationship with our policy contacts, Office of General Counsel, both for the council and also for the advisory work that we do for the division. So that's pretty straightforward. Don't break any laws. Basically, as simple as it gets. But it's Governor Abbott's rule number two that really struck a chord with me. And that rule is provide superior customer service. In everything you do, provide superior customer service. And that is really our mission here, if you really think about it. We deal with probably some of the most important work for many people. A right to meaningful employment is a basic human right. And for some people, it's harder than others. And that is why we're here, to make sure that every Texan has a right to a meaningful career. So that is our superior customer service, to enable that, to make that as easy as possible, as efficient and as effective as possible. And who are our customers? Some are obvious, it's consumers of VR services. Some are less so, providers, employers that will hire folks that went through the VR program. VR staff, that is our customers as well. If you make their lives easier, if you give them the tools they need, they will provide better solutions for the ultimate consumers. And then the last group, folks that should be consumers but aren't, either because they're not aware of VR, perhaps they're aware of VR, but they don't think that they could benefit. That is also our customers. So that is really our responsibility here. And I want us for the next 12 hours that we will spend together to keep that in the back of our minds. We are in the customer service business, and our customers are broad and diverse. We have a very exciting agenda. In the spirit of customer service, we're going to have a session I really look forward to tomorrow morning, really highlighting the region that is hosting us. We're going to hear their customer success stories from their consumers, from their partners, from their employers. So I look forward to that. We're going to showcase a soft launch of a new RCT website, which we hope to be essentially town square for the VR stakeholders. So I'm excited about that. We have a number of more, shall we say, run the railroad items. How's VR division doing? Where can we contribute? Where can we do things better? So that's going to be quite eventful. Just a really good 12 hours that we will spend together, once again, with the spirit of making VR as best as possible and provide that absolutely superior customer service for all our stakeholders. I want to invite, we have a couple of TWC commissioners with us. So I would like to invite Chairman Daniel and Commissioner Sparza to make a few remarks. And gentlemen, I will let you fight out who's going to go first.
I have quite a track record of being an opening act for Commissioner Esparza, so I will be the opening act, and then he can be the headliner. How about that?
Thanks for that.
That means you have to speak longer than I. What a delight to be here. I would open simply by saying we just moved over 2 complete years of month over month over month of employment records set in the state of Texas. There are more people working in Texas today than there was last month, and that applies to the month before and the last 24 months. We have been breaking our own record each of those months for the last 2 years. We've crested well over 15 million at this point for the civilian labor force. The number of people in employment, thank you. The number of people in employment are moving toward 15 million at this point. These are impressive numbers. Our rural employment in this state is a larger population than about half the states in the union. So there are a lot of things going well for the Texas workforce. If you're in that workforce and you're not maximizing your participation in that workforce, TWC really is here to try to help you find a way to maximize your participation in that workforce. If you're an employer and you're looking for people to work at your company, if you're an employee and you're looking for just that dream job that you've always been looking for, now is the time for you to engage in that. There are about 725,000 or so open jobs in the state right now that employers are seeking somebody for. There's about 625,000 or so unemployed people in the state right now. If you do that math real quick in your head, you'll see that there's 100,000 more jobs than there are people who tell us that they're unemployed. Why are they unemployed? It just simply boils down to some particular gap in the workforce. We would typically say a skills gap, meaning they're trained to do one thing, but all the available jobs are in another area. This is where reskilling and upskilling can be helpful. But I think we've reached the point in the workforce when if you are looking for some way to engage with or better engage with the workforce, this is your moment. This is the very thing that RCT really needs to dig into and understand where employment gaps may be for your constituency. If it's training, let's do that. If it's some other accommodation, let's do that. We're setting records not just on employment, but I think we're setting records quite possibly on the number of people that we're able to help through our vocational rehabilitation programs. Our folks are doing a tremendous amount of work out there. But when we find ourselves in these situations, we have to be very deliberate about how we apply the resources and how people get trained to get the jobs that are out there and available to them. So you have a lot of things on your agenda. I've looked at your agenda. It's like 2 days is daunting most of the time. You're going to touch on all of the things that, frankly, I'm thinking about, which is if someone's not working, let's figure out why they're not working. And let's figure out what it is we can do to intervene so that they can be working. If you have a desire to have employment in Texas, if you have a desire to employ somebody in Texas, and you're having trouble doing that, this is actually one of those moments where I think the government can actually be helpful. There's a number of ways to plug in, whether it's through this council, whether it's through a workforce board or coming straight to TWC. We have opportunities here. We want to realize these opportunities. I remain thankful for your service on this board, helping us to look at these types of issues and looking for those ways that we can get people what it is that they're dreaming about so that we can make that a reality for them. Thank you for the time today.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Daniel, thanks. Thank you very much for your work here at the Workforce Commission. Thank y'all, members of this committee, for all the work that they've done. Folks that have dedicated their lives to public service, and as well as our volunteers appointed to do the work. Greatly appreciate taking up the charge. As Chairman Daniel, as I've heard him say a number of times, you've heard the numbers here. There's a job for anybody that wants it. And I think that is very, very just, it's exciting to hear just the fact of the growth of the state of Texas and the business community that's coming here. There's meaningful work, there's meaningful, enjoyable work that's out there. I'm very excited to be able to send that message across the state and provide the work that the Workforce Commission is doing and RCP is doing for those that are looking for help and for work. And encouragement to invest in themselves. And I think that's the thing that we all should always be thinking about, is ways to invest in ourselves. I joined the commission in November of 23, last November, and I've given myself a couple of months to learn about the programs. I was aware of a lot of the work that the workforce did, and mostly and I was aware of obviously under our executive director, Ed Serna, through just admiration on how well he runs a ship, runs the agency. And I reached out to him quite early in my last job at the Secretary of State's office to say, how do you do it? And I think hopefully I'm living up to his remarks about just being present, learning about the people you have. At Secretary of State's office, that was right about that time, it was about 200 people. We've grown. I've grown. My mantra has grown to quite a bit more at the Workforce Commission, as well as the auxiliary groups and the tri-agency council with TEA and the higher education coordinator. I put it upon myself to quickly gain knowledge of the programs down to, I guess, where the rubber meets the road, out at the regions, with the Workforce Solutions regions, finding out how they administer the grants, the programs, and try to find out what they love about it, what the barriers are for bringing more people into those programs and reaching out to more Texans and getting more folks involved in that workforce development area. In response to learning more about the employers, our office supports the employer, and there's 600,000 employers and 2.6 small businesses. As a matter of fact, we just kicked off our first conference for employers today in Mesquite, which I'll be joining those folks there this evening for a conference tomorrow that provides background on employment law, and it's sold out. I think it's near sold out for that. So that gives me a lot of pride to think that employers are looking to do more for their workforce. And retention is a big part of that for training a workforce. bringing them into their business. But for enough for them to again invest in themselves and go to these resources that we provide all over the state over the next coming months of the year. So I'm real excited to go and join them and see what that's all about as well. But one of my priorities is when supporting work-based learning, which I found is critical, obviously preparing students in their careers. And I hope we were able to continue to increase those opportunities through paid internships. Last month, I went down to San Antonio for this SEAL programs, summer employment and internships that folks will join, and there's there's businesses that are a part of the program and recruit interns to go and work with. These are folks out of high school, having maybe learning disabilities or any kind of other challenges, and they bring them in to give them the confidence. And I've talked to some folks that were there. Very excited to hear just the confidence that they have in going and reaching into a business like VIA or SeaWorld, where there's interaction in a very positive way with complete strength. This is their customer base, obviously SeaWorld. I come to learn that as a matter of fact, my nephew was already a part of this program. My sister-in-law and Bernie had already reached out to to their local workforce solutions group to put my nephew in that program there in San Antonio. So I'm real excited to see how he does for his summer internship. And that was long before I came over to the Workforce Commission. So all these groups and all these programs are doing an amazing job of getting that word out. And I think that we definitely still have a long way to go to make sure everybody knows about it too. So that's something that I'm going to continue to do. But again, I appreciate the time. I look forward to learning more about what the Rehabilitation Council does here in the state, and anything that we can do to support it. We're happy to provide. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Welcome. Pleasure to have you. Executive Director Serna, would you like to say a few words, and then let's talk a little bit more about latest and greatest at TWC, or as we call it, TWC 101.
All right. Well, I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Serna. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Workforce Commission. You can tell the difference between the staff and the commission is that we have eyes on the commission that are a little bit more. Might be different to the governor. Their boss is here, but it's my boss. But no, on a serious note, it's my pleasure to visit with you all again. It's good to have you host you here in our main building. We're a very creative agency. The names of our buildings, for example, this being the main building, the annex building, they're connected with the skywalk is the annex. The building on Trinity Street, that is the Trinity building, and one on Guadalupe, that is the Guadalupe building. If you didn't know it, we have a small one on North Lamar that I bet you can guess the name of that. But at any rate, a lot of great things have been going on at TWC for some time now. I think I mentioned to you previously, but in case I didn't, we are in a new biennium, almost through the first half the first year of a new biennium. It started September 1st. We had a very successful, knock on wood, real wood, as my grandmother would have said, very successful legislative session that gave us a couple of new programs, provided us funding for existing programs, and we're executing those. One thing that I think is important for everyone here to understand, and you probably already do, but if you don't, I need to make sure, is that all the programs that we have available at TWC are available to individuals with disabilities, not just the services in our vocational rehabilitation program. The services in VR are focused on assisting our customers that have a disability But all the services we have, and I'm gonna hit the highlight in just a little bit. All those services are available to all of our customers. And it doesn't matter if you have a disability or not. Part of the synergy that the legislature back in 2015 thought about when they moved vocational rehabilitation here, and that was that session in 2015, was that there's a link between VR services and getting someone, as Chairman pointed out, getting someone into a meaningful career, into not just a job, but into something that can support themselves, their families, or helping them get an education that will then help them achieve employment, help them maybe start their own business as an entrepreneur. So there's just a natural fit at the Workforce Commission for those things to occur around the state, and legislature saw that. We've been executing towards that. The challenge that we have is that TWC has got so many programs that a lot of times people only see the portion that they're engaged with. So, for example, and this is not a slight on the RCP, but your focus, and it should be, that is your mission, is vocational rehabilitation service. But to fully support a program in VR, you need to at least have a little bit of exposure to what the other capabilities are in the agency, what the other services are that the agency offers. And I've talked to the chairman about this, and we decided for some time ago we were going to try to do this previously, and I didn't get the opportunity to just kind of allow me to provide a very high level TWC 101 and let you know about the agency in general. So I'm going to give you a condensed version of a spiel that I normally use when I present to the legislature and asked by a chairman to provide an overview, a legislative committee to provide an overview of the agency. TWC, not counting unemployment insurance benefits, is about a $2.3 to $2.5 billion a year agency. When you count unemployment insurance, that adds unemployment insurance payments, that adds another $2 billion, more or less, a year that we pay to qualified individuals. But from a budget perspective, we are about $2.3 to $2.5 billion a year. About 86% of those funds are federal funds. So when we go to the legislature and we ask for authority to spend money, we are really just asking for authority to write the checks. We're not asking for cash to spend. And the legislature likes that, right? Of the remaining money that is general revenue, the majority of that is used to draw down the federal dollars. So they're tied up. So we get a very small amount of money that is true GR, true general revenue. And that money is dedicated to either administration or to very specific programs that the agency operates, skills development. We have about 4,500 FTEs around the state. We're budgeted for about 4,600. So we run an average of 150 plus or minus vacancies every month. People retire, people go to other opportunities. Those who go to other opportunities a lot of times come back because they find this is the best opportunity. But they go to other opportunities, or they simply decided to make a change in the career change. We have 5 what I describe as program divisions. These are divisions that serve our customers. Okay, thank you. These are divisions that serve our customers. The first, of course, is vocational rehabilitation. This is our largest from the perspective of staffing at about 1,600 plus or minus individuals around the state. This is also one of 2 divisions, one of 2 large divisions that are direct service providers. Our counselors meet with our customers, assess and work with our customers to determine what services they need, and then we'll link those customers to service providers to actually deliver services or products or vehicle modifications or things like that. But they directly interact with our customers. The second division that does something very similar is unemployment insurance. If you lose your job through no fault of your own, you'll be eligible for unemployment insurance. We operate 4 call centers around the state. We also are a tax collecting agency. We assess taxes and collect them for unemployment insurance from our employer. Our call center operators, again, directly interact with the customer in providing them the service, as do our tax auditors directly interact with the customer. In that case, it is the employer. Our other programs, our other major programs provide services, but they are indirect. They are primarily provided through the board offices. We work with 28 independent board offices. And I'll get you all information about this, summaries of these things. But we work very closely with 28 independent local board offices. Those local boards are appointed by local elected officials, but approved by our 3 commissioners in a public meeting. Each one is different. You can imagine that Dallas and Fort Worth have different needs than Collin County or Houston or San Antonio or here in Austin. But we work closely with all 28 boards. The 28 boards operate about 160 workforce centers or job centers around the state. And that's where individuals can go in and get free services concerning job search, resume writing, soft skills training. They will help an individual understand what kind of training they need in order to get the kind of career that they want, or if someone has lost their job and they're receiving unemployment insurance, they go into a workforce solutions office in order to get back to work. And unemployment insurance is only intended to tide you over, by the way. I don't want any of you all to think that unemployment insurance, people can live at home on it. It's only about 45% of what you were making when you were working. So it's barely going to get the bills paid. Workforce Development Division, our 3rd major program, is responsible for employment services, adult education, and literacy. We serve about 60,000 customers every year in adult education and literacy, with about half of those being taught English as a second language. The whole idea of that program is to enhance the literacy of not only adults, but maybe young people who didn't get to finish high school and get a high school equivalency, or want to become more proficient in reading or writing because the job that they want to move to is requiring more of those skills. All those services are provided for free through contracts that we issue out. We also provide other services through the boards in workforce development. Our 4th program is childcare and early learning. Interestingly enough, this is our largest program from a budget perspective, but our smallest program, one of our smallest from a number of FTEs in the division. That division is less than 200 FTEs. I think it barely breaks 100. But budget-wise, it is just under $1 billion. We provide pay for childcare to qualified families every day. That's about 142,000 children a day that we cover childcare costs for. Now that's a lot of kids, but it's only a small number of children that are in childcare. We contract with about, I shouldn't say contract with, but we have about half of the childcare providers in the state working with us. There are about 12 to 13,000 childcare providers in the state, and we have about 7,000 plus that accept our kids. In some cases, it's only one child. In other cases, it's many more. But the reason I mentioned that to you is when you were back at your other occupation, doing the other things that you do, you may hear people saying, well, we need TWC to do more for the entire childcare industry. It would be impossible for us because at only 13% of the children in care being covered by us, no matter what we do, it's not going to cover the other children in care. It's not going to address the cost that those parents have to support those that are not receiving support from us. And though it is half the childcare providers, keep in mind, in some cases, it's only 1 or 2 children in the facility. And if we were to increase rates for those 1 or 2 kids, it's not going to prop up the rates and help the income of that facility for all the rest of their children. But we still play an important role in the economy. The pandemic taught us, it solidified what we knew, which is without good childcare, people can't get to work. If you're worried about where your children are, or you have to stay at home, 1 or 2 of the parents have to alternate staying at home, you can't get a good job. And it's difficult to say, I've got to leave to go do this or to go do that. So we always felt that it was a strong link. By the way, Texas is one of only a small handful of states where the child care program is in the workforce agency. We believe it's a perfect link because it links up vocational rehabilitation, workforce services, and child care to help provide a holistic set of services to our customers. Our 5th program, and it really is our smallest program from a staffing perspective and from a budget perspective, is our civil rights division. We are the state's equivalent of EEOC. Any complaint concerning employment discrimination or housing discrimination, not just in government, but by any employer or housing or lender in the state can come to and does come to our staff for investigation and or referral to either EEOC or Housing and Urban Development. The staff has a monumental task given the workload and the size of the staff. It is our only division that is 100% general revenue funded. So we have a little bit of funding challenges there, but the legislature has been very supportive and provided us additional funding for some additional FTE temporarily to help make sure that we keep our backlog in. The rest of the agency, I want to break into 2 subcategories now. So we talked about the program, we talked about the other 2. We have true administrative back office divisions. So we have a very, very good IT department, finance, travel vouchers that we are handled by our finance staff, and we have a very good IT, finance, business operations, which is our purchasing and contracting and warehouse and facilities. I will point out that we are one of only 2 state agencies that I'm aware of that own their own buildings and are responsible for the maintenance of our own buildings. So if you get the opportunity to notice that these buildings are not very worn down, considering that this building was accepted and put into service in 1959. So our staff takes pride in maintaining our buildings. Some of the other facilities, I think, it's a little bit more of a challenge with some of the older buildings. But the reason I mentioned that to you is we act more like a real business. We take into consideration what it takes to run an operation from the ground up. We pay our own benefits for our employees. Well, we provide funding to the employee retirement system. Other state agencies don't. The money's allocated from the legislature to ERS. For us, there's an allocation that that goes from us to ERS for our employee benefits. So we do act like a business. We are very much like a business and are concerned about the cost of benefits as well as salary. And then we have 2 divisions I want to make sure that you are aware of. The first is I3. And I got to get them to change their name because I can never remember what the 3 I's stand for. It is information, innovation, and insight, and I think that's the right word. But they like being clever and just simply displaying it as I3. For a while it was I cubed, and then they changed it to I3. But this is where all of our data analysts, our data engineers are located. They're responsible for helping us and the divisions and our customers look at the data that we have. We have massive amounts of data, you can imagine, on everything. Look at the data, analyze it, and turn it from data into information, into digestible reports for both the public and our directors. In addition, when we do the monthly jobs report, when we say what our unemployment rate is and all that, that comes out of that division as well. Our labor market information department is in I3. And then finally, something that is very important to us, to me especially, is our fraud detection and compliance unit. We have a division dedicated to detecting and preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. Not just in our unemployment insurance program, but in all of our programs, vocational rehabilitation, childcare, in our own finance division, just across the board. As you can imagine, with a budget of $2.3 billion, most of it going out in the form of grants, and $2 billion roughly being paid annually to unemployment insurance, we are big targets for fraud, identity theft, social engineering, other things like that. And we have a very, very aggressive program to identify those things, stop them. I'll give you an example. During the pandemic, we paid out in unemployment insurance benefits close to just under $60 billion in about 20 months. In that period of time, to fraud, we lost less than 0.1%. So it's still a large number. 0.1% of $1 billion is still a lot of millions, but it's not what some of our peer states lost, and it's not what it could have been. So we take a very aggressive approach to this. I also want to assure you, with regard to any of our funds, we take a very aggressive approach internally as well. We do not tolerate any of our staff taking any actions to, one, misuse any data that is available to them. So we don't have moms looking up boyfriend's job history when their daughter's getting ready to start their first date or something. We don't have exes looking up salaries. And if we do find that that happens, we immediately and without discretion terminate the employee. And we make it known that we terminated the employee for that. It does not happen very often. And when it does, we make sure that when we find it, we make sure we immediately address it. Same thing is true when we find employees that attempt to defraud us of funds, and there are some. We immediately terminate the employees, recover the funds, and make sure that everybody knows that we did that. That doesn't happen very often, but when it does, we take very aggressive steps. The reason I share that with you is I want you to be able to know, but also be able to share with people that you interact with, that TWC takes its responsibility seriously, manages the funds that it has aggressively to the benefit of our customers. And as the chairman pointed out, the governor's second primary tenet of providing superior customer service is something that we have always tried to do. So even when we talk about fraud, when we talk about our internal computer system, things like that, it is always to provide that outstanding customer service to our external customers. And we go further and say to our internal customers as well. We have to take care of our own employees as customers in order for them to take care of our external employees, our external customers. So that's kind of a high-level overview of the agency. I am eminently available to each one of you individually, or of course to come back at any time and talk about anything, any questions that you have. I'm also interested, if you ever have any specific questions, we can certainly get a division director to come down and talk in much more detail about their specific program. That way you can kind of understand them. And granted, while this committee doesn't really have any responsibilities over any of those other divisions, I think it's good that you know about the other things that we do. So as you're thinking about VR program, you can be thinking about those natural links to these other services. All of our VR counselors, every time I meet with them, I make sure that they understand that they should be selling, not really selling, but selling all of our services. If they're meeting with someone and they notice that there's small children in the household, they can at least inquire if those children are in childcare. And maybe we can link them up with somebody who can help determine whether they are eligible. If they're in college and they need some kind of special equipment, and our VR counselors are helping them there, the VR counselor can also say, well, I know you're working on your 4-year degree, but have you ever considered a certification in fill in the blank, cybersecurity and coding and something else? So we try to link all of our services, and we're selling all of our services. We have people, not quite marketing, because governments can't market, or at least we can't, but outreach specialists that go to schools, go to other events, and the things that they do is they basically sell all of our programs. So we try to treat things holistically. So with that, I'm going to open it up, Mr. Chairman, very quickly to any questions. I think I have one.
Yeah, this is Jordan Smelly, Executive Commissioner. I did not know about the other programs that you mentioned, because you are right. I entered through VR, and so that's pretty much what I knew. But my question for you is, and here's kind of my concern, is what training are you providing your staff in all these programs to interact with people with disabilities? Because there are people with disabilities that have maybe certain types of sensory processing disorders like tactile dysfunction or proprioceptive dysfunction. And those types of things are very specific support needs that aren't always provided. And this is kind of something that I actually developed a training on and do all the time.
One, I may want to talk to you about that, but that's a whole separate deal. One of the things that we try to do is make sure that all of our staff, and I try to personally do this, make sure that all of our staff know about the same things that I've talked to you about, but about our vocational rehabilitation services. The one thing that we try to caution against, while we do try to make sure that our staff have an understanding of, you need to work with the customer based on the customer's needs, and that can be because of a disability or because of some learning issue or something else that doesn't have anything to do with the disability. The one thing that we try to guard against is not provide information to all of our staff so that they jump to a conclusion.
Yeah.
What we really try to do is, and especially in the boards, is we're trying to get to where our board partners and our own staff there, if they see somebody that looks like they might maybe need some special attention, to get them referred over to VR and say, I've got somebody that can probably help you a little bit better, and not say because of a disability, simply they can probably help you a little bit better. Hold on a second and let me get that individual. If they're in the office, let me have that individual call you back if they're on the phone or if they're online. Because I don't want to have one of our staff who's in employment services or civil rights kind of jump to a conclusion because of a little bit of information. But I don't want to have them ignorant about it and think, well, this person is simply not responsive to me. Look, I ask them questions and they're just sitting there and they're not answering. Obviously, they don't want to help them. And it's only because they maybe have a communication issue or some other developmental.
Yes,
issue.
and that's my point of why I was asking that. It's because it's like, I understand, and you know, you don't want to, it's a fine line, because you don't want to, I hate this word, but you don't want to enable the person. You want to support the person. And, you know, my whole time in VR services, my understanding of the whole program is to help the person become more independent. And so it's kind of hard for that to happen when there is certain support that are not being identified, and consumers like myself are having to learn the hard way how to cope with things.
I agree, and we'll continue to explore that, but just kind of let you know, that's kind of the tack that we've taken is, if you're working with a customer and it looks like there's some additional needs that they have, to get them over to an expert that has got that expertise and not try to just pull through working with them. But we do make sure that all of our staff are aware of all the services that are provided, same, not just the VR staff, but all the other staff with regard to VR and everything else. We just have implemented, this may sound a little silly, but we just implemented an internal only video series that all of our employees will watch, where each division presents what they do in about 10 minutes. And then the employees can watch those at their leisure and learn, get that high level information about what the other divisions do. So the idea is when they're in public and something comes up, just as you all, and someone says, well, you know, PwC is just paying unemployment to people and they're not going to work. Our employees have enough knowledge to be able to go, yeah, no, that's not the case, you know. And I can get you some information that'll help explain that to you. Okay. But your question, I want to pursue that a little bit more, and I'll get with Cheryl and with our other division directors. We have standing division director meetings every Monday morning to see how we can get more information out there. But our folks it's not that they're so specialized, but they are all very good in their particular areas, that I don't want someone to sort of make an assumption and then make sort of a bad assessment.
I get it. And I get it, and you're right. But at the same time, even just a little bit of information is better than nothing.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. So,
And I think that's the right approach, is get all division directors as part of this, because at the end of the day, any one of our customers, they don't see it as division 1, division 2, division 3. For them, that's an academic divide. That's our problem, not their problem.
one last division that I didn't mention because we're still developing it, but it's along the exact same lines as our customer care division. The idea with customer care ultimately is that any customer, absolutely any customer, would be able to reach a single contact to a single point, whether it's a phone, online, a chat, and then get the help that they need, or get to the help, be taken to the help, the assistance, not the help, but the assistance that they need anywhere in the system, not just in PwC, but in the 28 independent boards. So if you can, this is my simplistic term, envision a call center. You can call that call center, and while you're talking to the call center because you haven't received your unemployment insurance, that call center operator notices that you said, and I didn't get my last 2 weeks pay. Well, that's a whole nother area I need to get you engaged in. And while I have you on the phone, before I have you off the phone, can I set up an appointment for you close to where you live to go in and help you find your next job? And do all of that at the same time in one call, or have a hot handoff. Yes, ma'am.
Cheryl Harper with TWIC. And my question around that is that active, or is that coming soon?
It is partially active, but it is mostly coming soon. We have a procurement on the street right now for the software, because you can imagine we need a good customer relationship management system that when we hand it off to a board, the board can then call up that customer and go, oh, you talked to Ed 2 days ago and he had an unemployment insurance problem, a labor law, a payday problem, and I'm going to help him with job interview.
And then my follow-up to that is, have you looked at calling 211 to see how their system works? Because it sounds very similar as a 211 system, except for very specifically with workforce.
We have the division directors looked at 211 system and looked at other systems. The one thing that we want to do that's a little bit different than 211 is I want to have those individuals, and by the way, we will probably also use artificial intelligence for some chat at the front. but have those individuals immediately address the problem, or do a hot handoff where we say, let me put you on hold. I'm gonna get Ed Serna and tell you who you're gonna talk to. He's gonna come on the phone and he's gonna help you with X. Or a warm handoff saying, can Ed call you back in an hour? Or an appointment set up and have that confirmed. That's the only difference, is we'll delve a little bit more into it. And the reason we can't, with 211 can't, is we have a focused mission. But yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Ed, thank you.
I will
Thank you,
stay
thank
here
you.
For a while, sir.
Just a general reminder, folks, if you're speaking, just make sure to introduce yourself and make sure your mic is on. Just let's keep that, keep the discipline. Mic is on when the light is green. That was very bluntly explained to me. If the light is off or orange, it's not on. So hold the button until it turns green. Cool. So we are in the customer service business, and customer service takes some money to deliver. Nothing in life is free. That takes us to the next item on our agenda. And Cheryl, I want to turn over the floor to you. What's the latest and greatest on how we are managing the budget for VR in this rather challenging year?
My first challenge is, can I manage the budget? How did I do? Okay,
I think you're good.
all right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. It's always a challenge to follow our agency leadership. I will do my best. I will do my best. So Daniel, would you please pop up this slide deck?
And which slide deck are we talking about? So the folks on the line can follow.
Director presentation. RCT report 2024 Q1 final. Yes, I did just drop it in this morning. I might have been working on it an hour before the meeting.
As long as you're not as long as you're not working it during
That's right.
during Executive Director Serna's.
I've tried not to come right us to that deadline, but I am a rather compulsive fiddler. So I sent it to Daniel. Daniel may be having to drop it in. And so I will give him a second to do that. And I'll talk about the general approach so that you can get that information while I proceed. Am I creating some weird noise? I'm going to push this back. Can you still hear me? That's better. Okay. Not often my voice requires me to push back the mic. Usually it doesn't travel, so that's good. So what I would like to do, members, is I'm going to flip the order of the regular presentation I give you. Usually budget information is at the end, and I've pulled it up to the beginning, and I've expanded it to include the information that you asked that we address in addition to what we usually have. So I see the team is trying to pop up the slide deck. Mr. Chairman, can I hang on just a second so that we can see if they can get it? Up there. My voice drops off about a foot from me. Let me see if that's better without creating the high pitched. Yes. Feedback? Anybody? Shelley, looking okay? All right. Okay. The command center is on the job.
I'm actually thankful for the technical difficulties because someone helpfully pointed out that my background was reversed. So you all have bought me time to look more
I
professional.
just
So
want to be
thank
sure. I
you.
know some of us have our laptops and could pop it up, but some don't. So I want to make sure everyone in the room is able to see it. Since I'm technically 2 minutes early, maybe that. Okay, good. Good, good. I'll just orient you to the slide deck while we're waiting. The presentation itself has the same general topic areas, but I've moved the TWC VR budget update to the very first. So we'll go through that presentation. And then we will go through the general updates, which is pretty short. And then we'll move into the combined state plan goals, strategies, success measures. Update on major projects is always hard to get to. So I'm going to try to hit major projects as we go in case we don't get to that, because I do want to save time, of course, to stay on the agenda and make sure that Geoffrey and Christopher have plenty of time for the performance update. So that's the flow. And now I hear myself two places. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. You got it. Gremlins. They're still trying to troubleshoot the internal cameras. We can absolutely start going through it. Members can try to look back through it if you like. Whatever your pleasure is, we can get started. Okay. All right, Daniel, slide number 4, please. All right, so slide number 4 is the big picture view of the fiscal year 2024 VR operating budget. And so we've rolled up a number of, what? Yes, good job, control room. There you go. Good job, Mr. Chairman. I'll call you when I'm having technical problems next week. Okay. So very good. What we have on this slide is the operating budget summary for fiscal year 2024 for the vocational rehabilitation program within the VR division. So we have salaries and wages at just over 115 million. You heard Mr. Serna talk about 1,600 plus FTEs. Travel is 2.5. Operating expenses, which is a whole host of expenditures, is 12.2. Client services is 169.1 for a total budget of 299 million, so 299.2. This is above our fiscal year 23 budget, which was 288 million. Client services is also higher. Last year, 162 million. So that's a little comparison. Thank you, Glenda. Sorry about that. Is that better? Okay, very good. So that's the high level of our budget. And if I can go back, now that we have the slide deck up, you can leave it right there. As I go through these slides, the first thing to know is that you requested some excellent information about expenditures by service category, aligned with our categories that we report to RSA. We have some of that information for you. You also wanted the number of participants receiving those services. That will likely be next time, just because we report participation and performance on a program year, July 1 to June 30. We report expenditures on a fiscal year, September 1 to August 31, or federal fiscal year, October 1 through September 30. So we need to work with our experts in the I3 division, and Scott will collaborate with them and finance so that we can sort through those distinctions and have that for you next time. So this is the first go. It will be refined more as you see it next time. This also will be our focused on fiscal year 2024. I'll give you more detail on the most recently closed quarter. That's how we make sure our financial information is up to date and closed out for the quarter, except for our services. So our expenditures by service, that's going to be for the most recent concluded fiscal year, because we're looking at expenditures. And when we're right in the thick of the year, we have commitments or obligations. We've paid some of it is outstanding. And so it is more in flux and something we can probably work on, but just to get it ready for this meeting, we're focusing on fiscal 23, which will give you, I think, a great snapshot of the services most in demand by our customers. Okay, next slide, please. So this is a little bit more detail on this slide, because what it does is it takes you to not only what is the category of the budget, so same 4 categories: salary and wages, which includes benefits and personnel costs, travel, operating expenses, and client services. So you see again that fiscal 2024 budget that you just heard about, but then you have a column for how much did we spend in the first quarter. So September, October, November, that closed data is usually available to us about a month later. So early January, we have the data we need for that closed quarter. So we expended about 52.6 million in the first quarter. We obligated 104.6. Now, obligated includes we spent it, we wrote the check, and we obligated it. We issued a purchase order or a service authorization, but we haven't written the check yet. So that 104.6 million is total obligated out of our $299 million budget at the end of the first quarter, which left $194.6 million remaining. As of end of the first quarter. Yes. September, October, November. Right. So it's the first quarter, and then it's about 30 days before we have that closed out quarter data that we can then analyze and put into reports and prepare. So in early January. That's why each quarter, when we provide this information to you, we're providing the most recent closed quarter that has had that time frame for all of the updates to be made in the financial systems. Next slide, please. All right, this is a look at client services by region. That's something you've been interested in before, to know how are client services distributed across our region. So this table shows you the regions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and Chris Cole. So region 1 is Panhandle, West Texas. Region 2, DFW, Texoma. Region 3, Central Texas. Region 4, East Texas. Region 5, Gulf Coast, which of course includes Houston. Region 6, South Texas, and the Valley. And then we have the Chris Cole Rehabilitation Center. So the current budget for the budget for 2024 for each of the regions Region 1, 17.5 million, Region 2, this is our largest region, 40.3 million, Region 3, 20.4 million, Region 4, 20.1 million, Region 5, 27.8 million, and Region 6, 27.9 million. Chris Cole, 770,000. So you see then that that's how the funds are budgeted for this year by region. And if I can stop for just a second and just embarrass somebody, our regional director for Region 3, Tony Lawrence, has joined us for this meeting. He and his deputy and their guests will be reporting to you tomorrow. But Mr. Lawrence, if you'd like to come sit up here by me. Members usually like to put the regional director on the hot seat with the division director. I'd hate for you to miss that. But as you will hear from Tony, this is not his first rodeo. He's had how many rodeos? 50? Right. So he's been in VR for over 50 years. So I can't do anything to surprise him. I've tried. All right. So I've just talked about our budget for client services. So this is just that one portion of our budget by region. At the end of the first quarter, our regions had obligated, for example, Region 1, the Panhandle, 7.4 million. Region 2, 15.7, Region 3, 8.3 million, Region 4, 9.5, and then the Gulf Coast Region 5, just almost 11 million, and South Texas, 13 million. So that leaves our remaining balance at the end of the first quarter. Region 1, the Panhandle has almost 10.1 million, Region 2, 24.5, Mr. Lawrence's region, 12 million, just over, and Region 4, East Texas, you've had Dennis Kutat here, 12 or 10.6. RD Lindsay's region, 16.8, and South Texas, 14.8. And Chris Cole had $657,000 remaining. So that's how the services are budgeted, the client services, and where we were at the end of the first quarter. Next slide, please. You asked for us to share a little bit how the funds are distributed to the regions. For many years, we distributed the funds to the region in allotments, not unlike how our federal oversight agency distributes them to us. So our formula grant award usually comes to us in 2 to 3 allotments throughout the year, unless we're operating under a continuing resolution as we are now. And then it comes to us based on the continuing resolution period. But we did that for many years. For a couple of years in a row, we loaded 100% of the budget at the beginning of the year. We saw that we encumbered very quickly that way, including tying up some funds quite early that could be available to serve us. And so it created more funds tied up. So what we are doing as we move forward this year is we've gone back to providing the allotments to the regions, that budget you just saw in 3. The regions get allotments for basic support and pre-employment transition services, because those are, of course, separate. They're all the VR grant, but for pre-employment transition services, we must set aside and expend 15% at least on services to students with disabilities, and just those pre-ETS services that are allowed. So that's why the regions get 2 separate budgets out of that whole client services. So what you see is in Rehab Works, the budget is almost 169 million there. It's important to know there's about 8% above budget that's loaded. That helps the funds that are tied up continue to flow. So that gives us just a little bit of room to help the funds keep flowing as they're encumbered earlier in that year or that cycle. So the first allocation was 50%. I had it backward earlier this week. I was saying 25, 50, 25, 50%. It's before, you're going to notice it was July 31st. That's before the start of the fiscal year. That's because tuition does not wait until after the semester starts, right? So, and there are services that need to be arranged and ready to go September 1st. So we need to get that first allotment out to the regions with as much time as possible for them to make those preparations. So that's why that 50% went out on July 31st. We had initially planned for the second and third allocations to be January and May, but our encumbrances were higher in the first quarter than we expected, driven in large part by the increase in the number of our customers participating in post-secondary education and training, because those tuition bills come due first of the school year. And so we moved the schedule back to provide the second allotment of 25% in mid-November, and then March 1st, the third allotment. So that is the allotment schedule. And I'll talk a little bit more about how things are going. We will have much more on how things are going when Geoffrey and his very expert team are able to work with Scott. But I'll have some initial information on that, and also how we're communicating about the budget. Communication, you know, it makes or breaks our ability to be effective in making adjustments. And as always, we did some things well and some things we will improve. And so we'll talk through that just a minute. All right. The expenditures by service category. Yes, sir. Okay, hang on.
There you go. Green light. Even when we release our March tranche, won't we still fall short?
Right now, we do have a need for additional client services funds. We are working with our leadership to identify other opportunities for funding. We don't have definitive solutions we don't have final solutions yet, but we're working on that. So I would say stay tuned, and I'll be able to be back to you pretty soon with an update on that. But yes, we are working on what we can do to make additional client services funds available.
Okay.
So this is a different situation than we were in a couple years ago.
That it's a bit of a perfect storm where we budgeted for the past, but
Yeah.
have done a great job of attracting the demand of the future. So
Right.
over demand, under supply.
We definitely have seen a greater demand than projected for some of our services, post-secondary education and training, work-based learning, big demand for work-based learning. But not only for students, but also for adults. We're also starting to see an uptick in participants that is pretty steady. We've worked so hard to raise awareness of the program. We need to do more. Mr. Serna reminds us regularly, we need to do more, and he's right. But we've started to see those trends move at a faster clip than they did historically. In some instances, significantly so. So yes, where a couple of years ago, we were carrying over a larger balance. Now we are not, and we are able to position ourselves and say, we really can grow as a program. We're ready. We've demonstrated we can do it. We're ready to do it.
And it's important to do it by increasing the supply rather than depressing the demand.
That's our goal.
That's my fear, is we'll end up depressing the demand versus increasing the supply.
Yes, sir. So that is what we are actively working on. I'll keep you updated just as soon as we are able to identify what.
This is Karen Stanfill, and I want to ask a question that's probably not going to be very welcome, but it's because I'm thinking of order of selection.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you're saying it sounds like you guys have identified that you don't have enough funds. You're the one who said that. So is it that you've evaluated that the IPEs that are written already on record, you do have enough for those, but wouldn't have enough for any future ones past the month of January? Or is it, we can cover those and we can even cover a few more, but if we go past a certain point, we won't? I guess I'm trying to figure out,
It's the latter.
how short are we saying we are?
It's the
Where?
latter. We can certainly continue to serve the customers we have. We can continue to take new customers. It's the pace at which we receive new customers that we're projecting. So that's what we're looking at. But yes, it's important to us if we have a customer, that we've made sure that we can take care of the services that customer has.
And I don't want to take up your time, but I think at another point in our meeting, maybe tomorrow, we can talk if people have questions about
Yes.
what is an order of selection, what does that mean?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. For some who are not as steeped in VR, an order of selection, just in short, is what would happen if we ever have more demand than we have resources available. It is the statutorily required process and method for how VR would ever establish a wait list. It's really a budget mechanism in the law. That's what it is. We are mindful of that, and our goal is not to meet it. So you bet. Every once in a while, I will call Mr. Lawrence and say, "Now, have we been here before?"
Well, our goal
And
is
he
never
usually
to come
says,
back
"Which
here.
decade?" Which decade have we been here before? Yes, so that's where we are right now. I will keep you updated as soon as we have additional information. We're actively.
Please,
Yes,
sneak
sir.
preview, anything like that would go a long way.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about expenditures by service, because I think that's, it's very interesting to see where the demand is. Now, there are two parts to this. So customers can, of course, receive multiple services. So this is just the total expenditures by service, and then we'll work with I3 and the team to get a little bit more detailed data for you for the next quarter. So this shows you what our customers have been using the most based on their IPEs. There are some services here that we may have lower expenditures, and it may be that we're actively working to increase the awareness of the availability of those services. So we could be spending, but this is a pretty good indication of demand. And this is in the order of highest to lowest, separating out pre-employment transition services, because we do have to treat that separately. So number one is no surprise. It is post-secondary education and training services. This includes the whole package. This is tuition and fees. Now, our customers are required by law to apply for a Pell Grant. And if they receive one, that must be applied to their tuition first. So this is what was not covered by a Pell Grant, or if they didn't qualify for a Pell Grant. We never ask customers to take out a loan. We're only asking them to make sure they apply for federal financial aid. And if they do, then we apply that. But this is the whole of post-secondary education. And it is, as is so unique to VR, the full range of opportunities. It is certificate programs. It is 2-year. It is 4-year. It is graduate. That great continuum we have in the VR program that I think is so unique among employment and training programs. Just over $30 million expenditure in fiscal year 2023. So this is actual expenditure. This is as of December 2023. So it does take us a while to complete the closeout of some of our service authorizations. So as of in December, I think we had about $4 million that was still obligated. You don't see that in this tally, but if I run it again before our next meeting, we'll have paid those bills and you'll see some changes in these categories to accommodate that. Number 2, hearing aids. So this is the equipment, and these are the services associated with hearing aids. That's almost 17.2 million, say 17.3. And now we're talking about medical and hospital services and diagnostics. We talk about this, you'll hear us talk about physical restoration, particularly folks that have been here for a little while. But here's our medical hospital services diagnostics. That's about 13.4. That is not the actual medical restoration services, but it is the diagnostics and the other services that contribute to that. If we go to the next slide, you will see medical restoration services. Now, this includes surgeries, but it also includes durable medical goods and equipment. So in this category. And again, we've used the RSA 911. So for members, I just used an acronym. That's our federal report. It's just a data file that we have to upload every quarter. So we use the categories they list for how we assign our expenditures, but we rolled it up so that these made a little bit more common language, plain language sense, because some of the categories are truly mystifying if you look at the technical terms. So that's why this is together, but that's $9.7 million. Supported employment, this is for both adults and youth, is about 6.7 million. Job placement services, which includes job search, job search assistance, almost 5.7 million. And work-based learning services. This is not pre-employment transition services. This is work-based learning services where we're assisting adults. So this could be students no longer eligible for pre-TS because they're not a student. They don't meet that definition. But this is work-based learning for adults. Work-based learning is a service that is very important for adults. And particularly if you think about young adults who may not have had an opportunity, they may be trying to figure out what they are interested in doing in their 20s, even 30s. It could be individuals that don't have a lot of work experience. And so we're trying to help them build work experience to make them more competitive as they try to compete for a job. It's also when we work with employers like our STEP program, Skills to Employment, where we work with an employer who says, if you will, I'm hiring, bring this cohort of customers on site, let's get them some work readiness training that's in the context of my business. And then let's do some paid work experience so that they can actually have hands on the real work. And then the employer's goal is to hire them. So there's a number of ways that adults can really benefit from work-based learning. So that's what you see here. All right, next slide. The next is oh boy, I heard that, vehicle modifications. So this is the actual equipment as well as the services, the labor that it takes to modify vehicles. Our expenditure last year was almost 4.2 million. Assistive technology devices is next. That's just almost $4 million. That includes home modifications. It includes low vision aids and equipment. It includes the whole host of what we call rehab tech services. So that's almost 4. And then orthotics and prosthetics, just over 3 million. Training and job readiness, like a work readiness training. A lot of this is our providers, our employment service providers are delivering this. That's almost 2.6 million. Getting further down on the list, just a couple more to go. All right, next slide. Transportation. This is assisting our customers getting to or from services, to and from, whether it's their work-based learning side or, sorry, next slide. I forgot to say that. There we go. Transportation services. So this is the whole host of helping our customers get to and from the services that we are providing so that they can fully participate. That's $2 million. Psychological testing, almost 1.8 million. On the job training is 1.7. Maintenance payments, 611,000, and self-employment services, 174,000. This is a self-employment in particular is a pretty small group of folks that go through those services. Just like entrepreneurship is not something that most of us try. I come from a line of entrepreneurs and I am not one. So I have never tried it. That is a whole different approach. But anyway, that's what we call basic support. So now what I'd like to do is show you pre-employment transition services. So what did we expend just in what we purchased? Next slide, please. The important thing about pre-employment transition services, and I've talked about this a lot over the years, but it bears repeating. They are not just what we buy, they're also what we do. So our transition VR counselors, our VR teachers, they can actually and do actually provide some of these services themselves. And do it very well indeed, especially when we're thinking about group skills training. In some of our group skills training, our providers come right alongside our staff in providing that group skills training. So this is just what we purchase. This is not the dollar amount that would equal to the staff time that our own staff provide the services. And the reason I wanted to mention that is because when we're looking at what that 15% requirement, yes, bread and butter is the purchase services, but we also have the dollar value of the time our staff spend delivering the pre-employment transition services themselves or arranging for those services by our providers. So what we have here is you have the total amount, and then I gave you the breakouts of the 5 required pre-employment transition services. So total expenditures as of December 2023, almost 37.3 million. And they're determining which one is most in demand is not even close. Work-based learning. Those paid work experiences, paid internships you heard Commissioner Esparza talk about. $21 million of that, work-based learning. Work readiness training, 6.5. Job, or we like to call it career exploration, is 5.4. Counseling on post-secondary options, which is really important if somebody's going to have good choice about which one they participate in when they graduate, that's 2.9. And then training in self-advocacy, 1.5. So that's how you roll up to that 37.3. I'd like to stop and take a breath here before I talk a little bit about the chairman's question when he was queuing this agenda item up. We had a really good conversation. He said, so how's it going? Right? What you're spending? I thought, well, that is a fantastic question. We will work with Geoffrey and his team to flesh this out a bit more, but we have some information that we can share with you about how it's going on where you see the largest demand. Post-secondary education and training, pre-employment transition services, work-based learning. So we'll start there and then we'll build it out. But before I go there, members, do you have any questions? I know that was a lot. Fast.
Any questions for Cheryl before?
Question. I'm trying to turn my mic off.
This is Peggy Schmidt. And when I was looking or listening, when you talked about the work-based learning and then the work experience. So work-based learning is a pre-ETS category. But when I, as a provider, provide work experience, even if it's to youth or pre-ETS individuals, it comes out of my employment service contract, not my pre-ETS. So is that like the numbers that, and I didn't write down the amount that you had for the work experience services, but that includes those pre-ETS individually, right?
It does, and
Okay.
I appreciate you asking that because I should have made a clarification about work-based learning. And also the service authorization, when it comes into our system, if it's for a pre-ETS eligible student, it's going to hit that budget.
Okay.
So work-based learning is an umbrella for a variety of activities that involve hands-on exposure, engagement in a workplace. So it is everything from, and this is for students, but it also is an umbrella for adults. But this is in the law, and so I'm not going to quote it correctly because I haven't looked at it in a couple of years. But it's everything from job shadowing, which when I thought I wanted to be a nurse, I did. And that was all I needed to see. And so job shadowing can be really helpful for a student when they think they want to do X, maybe because they've been reading too many books from the library. And so that job shadowing can help somebody say, yes, I want to know more, or not what I thought it was. So everything from job shadowing to internships that are paid or unpaid, to paid work experience, to unpaid work experience, which some will volunteer. And it could also include some job simulations. It could include, for example, the contract we have with Texas A&M that we've talked about for helping with school-based projects to build skills in entrepreneurship. That is a kind of work-based learning, even though it's simulated, like they're doing the coffee cart at their high school. So that's a type of work-based learning. So work-based learning is this big umbrella, and paid work experience is under that. That's the driver in our expenditure. Okay. And so when you are providing that, paid work experience has a few components to make sure it works well. It's not, many times, it is not only going to an employer and saying, will you provide this customer an opportunity to have a work experience with your business, and we will pay the wages. There I go again. It's also that our providers, in many instances, assist with identifying the opportunity, engaging with the employer to make sure the employer is prepared for that to be successful, and then coming alongside our customers to help that be a successful experience. So it is placement, it is wages, and it is the training and support. So it's a package of services that many of our customers will receive. The other important thing about work-based learning, especially for students, but also for some of our adult customers, is that if it is supporting career exploration, or if it is supporting, say, a customer who is recovering from some type of a acquired brain injury, if it is supporting their exploration of what will work best for them, where is their best fit, then they may need multiple work experiences, right? Before they say, aha, match, this I can do, this I can pursue training. And so that's another important thing about work-based learning. The demand for this is just very high, as you can imagine. For students, if you tell students you have the opportunity to earn a paycheck and learn, that's something very attractive, but it's also important for adults, real work for real pay. So that's a little bit more on work-based learning. Thank you for letting me go on about that, because it's a bit more than it might seem on its face. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Well, this is Karen, and I had another question. Looking at the 37 million, did that meet the requirement of the 15% of the budget? Or
We are actually above 15%.
okay,
When you look at the these required services, when you look at our authorized activities, and when you look at the staff time, the dollar value for the staff time, And our staff, by the way, they put it on their timesheets. Mark can tell you all about it. Our staff record their time spent on pre-employment transition services on their timesheet. And so we are able to quantify that. So it's that time plus some of our authorized activities, plus the many required that are in this 37 million. And I don't know, we're closer to 19% last year, Scott. And the other important thing, our federal oversight authority will tell you, and I'm almost positive you'll read this when we do get our monitoring report that we have not yet received, is more. 15% is a floor, not a ceiling. So that creates some additional pressures on the budget when you also have a growing population and aging population. So this is something that all VR agencies across the country balance. But there you go for a little bit more on pre-employment transitions. All right. If you're ready, we can talk a little bit more about post-secondary education and training and work-based learning. Next slide, please. So if we're talking about participation, and Geoffrey is on, I'm pretty sure he is. Geoffrey, you still there? As I can't see you.
Absolutely.
Yay.
Ready and waiting to contribute.
Awesome. Thank you, Geoffrey, because Geoffrey and his team did some really helpful work for us earlier this year. As you can imagine, we've been watching very carefully how our expenditures are increasing, where they're increasing. And so we asked them, help us to see what are our numbers looking like for participation in post-secondary education and work-based learning. And they were able to provide that information to us. So in summary, the number of participants for whom we have purchased a post-secondary education and training service, it went up 45% from state fiscal years 2020 to 2023.
Wait, can you clarify? This is Karen again
Yes.
for me. Are these just the pre-ETS?
No,
This is your total?
this is participation in post-secondary education and training and work-based learning. So if
That's correct.
thank you,
Okay.
Geoffrey. So if,
And my apologies,
You
but
go
I
ahead.
did want to point out something that isn't reflected on this chart and is relevant to Karen's question. So, as Director Fuller was pointing out a moment ago, our expenditures on pre-ETS services are way up. We've had a lot of healthy growth in the area of pre-employment transition overall. And we can see that growth reflected in this chart because although, for example, the third column is work-based learning, student and adult, a lot of the growth is being driven by students here. Same thing with post-secondary academic training. Recall that pre-employment transition services impact anyone who's age 14 to 21. And so those final years, 18, 19, 20, and 21, those are going to be college years for a lot of people. So that's why you are seeing this substantial growth. It's kind of reflective of the focus that the program has been given to students in that age category.
Thank you, Geoffrey. And Geoffrey, do you want to talk about this slide or do you want me to have a go and that you just comment?
I think we can kind of tag team and fill out what's natural. I do have one other comment to add for occupational, vocational, and on-the-job training. That's the one category where you're not going to see as much impact from increased student participation. And you can see that the growth in that category has been much smaller than the others.
Right. We have had significant growth from state fiscal year 2020 to 2023 in post-secondary academic training. So from 4,028 in 2020 to 5,842 in 2023. Where occupational, vocational, and on-the-job training, we went from 11 175 in 2020 to 1,918 in 2023. The work-based learning, you can really see the growth here. 1,214 participating in 2020 and 4,300 in 2023. That's a significant jump. Geoffrey, would you please remind me if this includes summer earn and learn? Because I know that one is run through RAPS, not our case management.
I think that Chris would probably know the answer to that. He was intimately involved in pulling this data.
Okay.
So, Christopher, are you on the line?
I am. Just 1 second. Let me see if I can get my camera.
Chris, does that number include SEAL?
It does not, because this is based on RehabWorks.
That's what I thought. So
That's correct, Director Fuller.
first, that's think about 2,500 students participating in summer earn and learn each summer.
Correct.
On top of that.
So this is Karen. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought like the number of post-secondary academic training, the 5,000 would be more of a regional amount, not a statewide amount. I wonder if, and that's kind of catching it during COVID, comparing those numbers, which might have been lower. I don't know. Is it possible to maybe even go back to 2017 just to compare at a healthier time, healthier for the country?
Not
You
the
know,
COVID year.
Yeah, the number of people that the agency might have been assisting with post-academic training, just to get maybe a better picture, because especially if you're looking at budget and looking at, I think, I'm glad Mr. Alleman is here. I think there's like 90,000 special ed students, right? Near. Oh, okay. So if you take the number of students that might break down to high school level and then to graduation level, and then increasing your pre-ETS, I could see that number definitely getting bigger.
Yes,
So, and that would, I think,
Absolutely.
help in budget planning as well.
absolutely. And we are happy to work with Geoffrey and his team on
Yeah.
that. What I can tell you, so we know work-based learning doesn't include summer earn and learn. Let me explain when we're talking about, because it goes through this system and not this system, what we mean. Summer earn and learn is contracted with our local board partners. And so because of how they are structured, the payment and the purchase process is outside of our case management system. And it happens at the finance department level with our program assistants where needed. And so that's why just that budget transaction is not something that when I3 is pulling out of RehabWorks, they're pulling what goes out of RehabWorks. So summer earn and learn is on top. But to your point, when we were looking at the number of students with disabilities from just the data that is shared with us through our MOU with TEA, I think that the 14 to 22 age range was 350,000. So what we have done and what you will see is we have worked very intensively to develop robust pre-employment transition services. What do I mean by that? Those 5 required services, some of our earliest thinking was, what student does not need one of those? What student does not, with or without disabilities, frankly, but particularly our students with disabilities, which students don't need counseling on post-secondary or don't need work-based learning? They don't need work readiness. They don't need career exploration. They don't need instruction self-advocacy. Which student doesn't need those, right? And so our initial focus was developing pre-employment transition services that are robust, that ensure that our students have access to each one of those to the best of our ability, And that means that each service, each student is getting more expenditure because they're getting more services. And we have some really intensive pre-employment transition services. Our embedded pre-ETS model, for example, that's in some of our schools. And so what we are now challenged with, we have a great suite of intensive, robust services. But we are not serving as many students as we want to serve, given that larger number. So our challenge now is to say, how do we build that continuum of services so we can build more services that might be a lower cost along with our robust services? So we like the robust services. How do we build out that continuum so that more students can receive some pre-employment transition services? And that is, I think, the challenge ahead for us, because we want to serve more and more students with disabilities. And that's what you'll see a little bit on the next slide. Yes, sir.
Your program stimulate why?
Mhm.
Where does that fit in this? Is that part of the field? Because when I did it, it was summer.
Yes.
And I went to the very first one. So I'm
Did you?
kind of dating myself by saying that.
I love that. So Summer Earn and Learn is only one summer program. We have a whole array of summer programs. UNT has a summer program that they run for students. Chris Cole has a summer program that they provide to students. And so we have long had these really great summer programs. Summer Earn and Learn was the strategy to make sure that in every area of the state, we had a summer work experience program. And so that's in addition to SEAL. That's in addition to SEAL, a good solid program we've had for a while.
Yeah, sure. What would be, why I think important here is to truly forecast what does 24 look like, 25, 26. A, we have to survive today, and B, we should avoid getting into the same situation in the future. Karen spotted one, we're comparing this to 2020, 2021, perhaps black swan years, or perhaps not. So if I continue this trajectory, next year we're looking at 7,000, 8,000, and so on. And probably the better way is to look at the total population of, if this was a business as an exercise, what's our total investment market? What is that we can actually service? And perhaps we can pull in some of the analytics groups that really can predict the future, so to speak, and help really figure out what this number should be. And we can start budgeting around that.
I think that's a fantastic opportunity for us to share with you at a future meeting. Something that our data experts already do with us. One of the things we're required to do is project how many students with disabilities we are going to serve in the out years. It's part of how we determine if we have made, if we've got awareness across the state, we're providing all the required services that we have the capacity to provide, and then can we do some other things with those, they call them the authorized activities. Do we have enough to use some funds on the authorized activities, all of which are designed to build capacity to serve more kids? For example, our capacity building project with Texas A&M, where they are going around the state and meeting with our VR staff and our school district staff together and talking about how we can work better together on referrals. They had then the conference in October. We had over 500 people there from schools and VR to share what we've learned from our regional meetings around the state last year. And then we're starting regional showcases this year, and there will be another conference to lift that up that's statewide. And then that's the end of that project. That whole project is going to drive awareness of services and help us serve more students. But we have to have a methodology called our authorized 9 projections before we can do that. And I would love for Geoffrey and his team to talk you through it if you'd like to see it at a future meeting.
Yeah, is that also something that Adam Leonard sort of drives?
That's, Geoffrey and Adam work closely together on this, yeah.
Because
Jeffrey, what do you
that's
think?
really the heart of this.
What do you think?
How many folks will
Yeah.
we need to serve? Not what we budget for, but what we should be really asking for.
Yes, and we'd be happy to walk you through that process. Chris and I take charge on that, and the number of customers that we're serving are actually in alignment with what we would expect. One thing to keep in mind, I'm not going to go into too much detail about the methodology, but the way that independent school districts categorize disabilities, not everybody in special education is going to necessarily come to the VR program. There's an element of choice here. We can put the services out there, but we have to project how many students will actually opt to take advantage of those services when they are made available. So we factor all of that into our calculations for how many students we can expect to serve. But we'd be happy to walk you through the whole methodology at a future date.
Yeah, I would argue if we scroll back, don't scroll back, Daniel, 4 pages ago, but if I were to look back at 4 or 5 pages ago, I'm not sure if I would agree with the statement that we properly are able to predict how many folks we're serving and we're in line with expectations. So.
Yeah, we work with Geoffrey and his team to update that methodology and update those numbers every year. So that helps us see that growth, Mr. Chairman. It's definitely growing. And I think growth in services to VR participants as a whole, but the students especially, that has the potential just to grow and grow and grow. Absolutely.
Sure. State is getting bigger, more folks are being more aware, more folks are starting to embrace.
Certainly, and we want to make sure that we keep up with growing demand.
On the post-secondary education and training, but before I leave it, I did want to mention to you that Geoffrey and Christopher and Christopher's team looked at our employment and wage data for our customers who were able to participate in post-secondary education and training. And the increase in wages the second quarter after successful employment. Overall, if you average all of our customers, the increase in wages above what they were earning, 810. So that's going to include the whole range of customers, that some of whom are working part-time, some of whom are working full-time. For those who receive post-secondary education and training, the increase is 3,593. For those who earned a post-secondary credential, the increase is 6,614. So in terms of what folks are getting for that participation, that's a really strong value for what our participants are getting. The other really great news is the increase in the employment rate. So for our program year 21 exiters, because the employment rate lags because of that two quarters post-exit and 4 quarters post-exit. But for those, for all exiters for program year 21, we were just under 50%, 49.38. For those who earned a post-secondary credential, the employment rate was 68.44%. That's just huge impact for post-secondary education training. So I did want to share that. And next slide is my
Just a
last
minute,
data
I have a-
slide, but hang on just a second.
I have a question back up to, and this is just curiosity.
Mic on? It is? Okay,
If it were, yeah, I think so. The green light's on.
it's, yeah, light is on, but it's not picking it up, is it?
Well, It's about as close as it can get.
You're right on top of it, I know.
Anyway, my question is, what about cost sharing? Is there cost sharing in the services? With other participating agencies, organizations, schools, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am. There is, depending on the service, there's different types of what we might call a comparable benefit. And that can run the whole range. So for medical services, if someone has insurance, then that amount is going to be paid and then we pay the balance. For services where we're co-enrolling, so maybe multiple programs are serving the same person. I will go back a long time ago and tell you something that still happens today. When I was working in the old Job Training Partnership Act program, now it's WIOA Title I.
Yeah.
I was able to work with the VR counselor in my area that I was assigned to. And we had customers that we both served. And we were able to talk about what is it that I can do, what I can pay most straightforward. I can pay for this. And then the VR counselor would say, well, I can pay for this.
That's
And
what I
so
thought.
I would pay for tuition and books and fees, because with our program, we couldn't pay for the whole range of services VR fit. We could only pay for certain services. And then the VR counselor, for those of you who might know Mr. Jones in Brownwood, he was able to say, well, I can take care of the therapy services and I can provide counseling and guidance. I was not a counselor, and I can provide maintenance. And so that helps us really work together to make sure that we're bringing resources to bear, which is why what Mr. Serna was talking about is so important.
I understand that, but what I was thinking is more like the summer work programs and combine, where they're housed in different, say the School for the Blind, for example, you might have customers who are participating in a work summer program, and that's more what I was thinking, because I know about participating cost, and that's, I was just curious about, cost sharing and those kinds of.
We do have contracts with the School for the Blind as well as the School for the Deaf. And so what we're doing there is paying them to provide the services because of the expertise they have with the population. And so they definitely contribute, but we're paying for the services that we're asking, and they're bringing their expertise to bear on that.
So it's not really so much in
It's
that
not.
respect,
Yeah.
so much the financial
Right.
as the expertise.
That's exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And this is Karen, and it kind of dawned on me, it's kind of funny, we asked somewhat of a similar question. Back on that post-secondary education, where there was 5,800, does that include the individuals who might be attending college on a waiver? Are those included? Are those just the ones that you guys have issued a service authorization for?
I believe that's tied to purchase services, but I'll defer that to Geoffrey and Christopher.
Yes, that is correct. These are purchase services.
So you might have additional people that
Yeah.
really should be counted there. Even though you maybe not paying the tuition, you are supporting them perhaps with books or something else.
Fair enough.
Okay, yeah. That number just seemed low to me for sure.
She's seen this for just a minute. That's right. Mr. Chairman, we are right up on a break.
We are we at a point where we can logically stop without breaking our flow, or do we have another 5 minutes or so?
If you want to just have me cover the pre-employment transition services slide, then we are at a good stop.
So let's do that. Let's spend about 5 minutes or
Okay.
so to cover that. And we'll take
So
another-
then one more slide on pre-employment transition services. For this slide, what you see is the growth in students who received a purchased pre-ETS service. Now, the first column is students with disabilities. You see we are over 22,000 in 2020, over 24,000 in 2021, over 27,000 in 2022. These are students with disabilities in our system. A couple of things about this. A student may come in and they only want to participate in summer earn and learn. For us, if a student comes in, they only participate in that, they may never want another service, But students may come back to us in subsequent years. So we've been a little hesitant to close that out because they may want to come back. You also have students with disabilities that are not receiving free ETS, they're receiving regular VR services. And so that number is higher. We've been working, Scott and his team, with the regions to go through that students with disabilities list and say, okay, now let's start to, we can close the record on students who haven't come back for another service in a while. We can easily open it right back up and start a service if they do come back later. So that's, you'll see that number clean up a little bit. So that's the column of students with the disabilities. Students who receive a pre-ETS service, you can see growth just under 10,000 in 2020 to 14,609 in 2022. And the services delivered, I talked about us trying to have that really robust service delivery. And now we need to think about how we build out that other end of the continuum to serve more students. But 67,000 pre-employment service transition services delivered in program year 22. That's a lot of services. So you see students having on average over 4 services per student. So that's where we are. All right,
So
Mr.
more,
Chairman.
more students and more services per,
Yes,
at a fairly impressive increase. And that's probably is going to be a sustaining increase.
the demand, given the total population, as you were pointing out.
Any questions for Cheryl before we take a break?
Good question from page 3, and if it's good, then they'll come back, that's fine. But my concern is looking out, they only wanted to do summer and learn, and then they come back with 2 years later. Would closing them out kind of leave I guess the way is a bad mark on their case? And so that's my concern, if you're going to close them out, is there a process? Because it should be, the services should be consumer directed. And, you know, you have to understand until the person's ready, it's not gonna be beneficial. And so they may not be ready when they first do summer learn, and then they are 2 years later, and they shouldn't be penalized later on down the road for not being ready.
That, you are so right, and they are not. Because if a customer closes his or her case, and it can happen for all sorts of reasons. They could have an interruption in their availability for services. Something could happen. They can always come back. They can always come back. We don't say, oh, you've had 3 cases with us. That's our limit, right? It is, someone can always come back. And in fact, the VR program recognizes life isn't static and neither is disability. And so someone's need for services could change and does change over their life. So if they do have a need for VR services to achieve that employment goal, whether it's keeping their job, and we serve a lot of people who come to us and they need help so they can keep their job, or it's getting ready for their first one, or it's advancing, they can come back. So they can come back, absolutely.
No black marks on the permit record.
No, indeed. There's not even a field for that. It's a reflection of us, whether they were able to achieve their employment goal. We are evaluating against that, not us.
Good question. All right, folks, let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 2:16 sharp.
On this, but I knew that this was one of the top areas of interest for members, so we really wanted to just take the time it takes to walk through this section, and then we will we'll do a bit of a speed round as necessary on the one that usually I talk about for this long. Okay, so we can hit some high points on that one as we go. But what I would like to talk to you about is the other question that you asked me to address, which is how are we communicating, right? How are we getting information out about where we are with our services, where we are with the budget, how we are working together on managing those resources. And so I have a couple of slides just on that for you and wanted to talk that through. Next slide, please, Daniel. So the slide that you see here is communication, training, and technical assistance in 2023. I think it's a busy slide. We had a lot of activity. But I think what I have learned from talking with staff early this year about how that information met their needs is that we need to do a couple of things in 2024. And I'm building some of that into a communication plan for the division that I will be responsible for carrying out. So there were 3 things I told you when we last met that were my top goals for this year. The division's top goals, they remain customer first. That's not changed. My top goals, improving communication, budget, and staff recruitment and retention. So that's where I'm focusing some concerted time and effort from me in my role. And communication is so critical. And what I've learned is when we think we're getting it right, we usually aren't doing it enough, or it's not clear enough, or it's not often enough. And so that's one of the things we're trying to build out in the communication plan. But what we did last year, we have quarterly all staff meetings. We talked about the budget. Where are we? How did we get here? Where are we going? What are our goals for fiscal year 2024 at our August all staff meeting? I learned we needed to go over some of that again, and I needed to be clearer and maybe put it in a little bit more user-friendly information. So we did that again in our meeting in January and provided updated information. Those quarterly all staff meetings happen because of those in the control room. We have a fantastic group of producers that help us conduct these meetings using Teams live events. And so we are able to have an all division staff meeting in a division our size. And we are just, and by we, I don't mean me. I mean, Daniel and our producer team, they're just getting better and better at how we actually broadcast these. At our last meeting, staff could both see presenters and see content and see our interpreters, which was a first due to some pretty cool technology that Daniel is working on. So those quarterly all staff meetings, they're an important way to get word directly to every staff member in the division. Now, every staff member cannot drop everything and attend them. So if somebody has a pressing customer appointment, I ask that everybody attend and make plans for that. But if a customer comes in, the customer should get the attention. So we have, Daniel can correct me on the next break if I'm wrong, but we usually about 1,100, 1,200 is our peak on those all staff meetings. I asked staff in December, what do you want to hear about? How can I make these meetings better? They talked about, we want to be able to see the speaker because our Teams live event would only show one speaker and content. So of course that's going to be our interpreter and our content. But now we were able to show our speaker. They wanted to have more interaction. So longer Q&A, maybe using polls, and I asked them topics. And of course it will come as no surprise to you that their top request was to talk about budget. Right, let's hear more about that. What is it? How are we managing it well? So that's quarterly all staff meetings. We have long in this division had what we call quarterly cascading division meetings. And this will be the first time I put Tony on the spot. We have for a long time had a series of quarterly senior management team meetings. Who is that? That's me. It's the deputy division directors. It's the program managers at state office. It is the regional directors. It is the deputy regional directors. And then it is some program specialists that have responsibilities that really cross multiple parts of the division. And I need them to hear what is happening with this discussion so they can respond. For example, Melinda Kaminsky, who is here, who we call upon to do all sorts of work, building partnerships, strategic alliances, working across with our workforce partners. So that's the senior management team. We have an agenda. From that, our regional directors and deputy regional directors hold regional management team meetings. They provide that information to their managers and supervisors in their region, and probably some of their regional program specialists. And they in turn, those managers go to their units and provide those updates. So Tony, anything you would comment about that? Because you've been doing these a lot longer than I.
Well, the only thing I will comment on, expand, we have been trying to include our workforce partners in quarterly meetings to provide them information as to what we're planning, what we're working on, and how we can collaborate. Since the pandemic, we haven't had the level of engagement we had previously, but we're trying to make sure their staff understand and have access to what we do, and we understand and have access to what they do. We provide them with training about deafness, blindness, mobility issues. The biggest challenge has been dealing with mental health issues when somebody walk into one of the co-located offices and is in a crisis. And we are continuing to work to talk with each other and access resource together to maximize from what the needs of our customers are to ensure that we're giving them everything that they need to get ready to go to work.
And that's a great example of taking that quarterly structure and having it where it's important we talk to ourselves, right? Wherever we work, we need to talk to ourselves about what's going on and what we need to do, but also how can we engage partners? And you'll hear, that was a little preview, I think, to tomorrow. All right, we have monthly calls with all VR managers in the division, monthly calls. We also have monthly regional budget meetings. Tony and his team, for example, sit in and hear our fantastic division budget analyst, Mary Eichsman, her colleagues, all that work with Scott to talk about the budget. And then we have our weekly news brief. This is new. It's like internal news for staff, and we can share information about budget. For example, November 22nd, when we had just moved our allocation schedule forward, that went out in news. So that's communication. The training and technical assistance. Yes, sir. Oh, please do.
Speaking.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put Tony in the spot. If I were to pick at random, a VR counselor from Region 3. Actually, not even random. I'm gonna pick one of the less experienced counselors. And I'm going to ask as a potential VR customer entering the system. Am I going to get services in? I'm a customer. I don't care about your fiscal years. Am I going to get services today? I hear there's not enough money in the system. I don't really know what to do. What is the counselor going to tell me?
The counselor is going to tell you, I'll assess your needs, I'll evaluate your case. Now, if I work through my chain of management to ensure that I can respond to you as best as I can, and I will work in accessing comparable resources while we navigate this process.
Or is the counselor going to say, we're out of money, come back next year?
I will hope not. I have lived through this money situation in Cheryl talk for 50 years. And we have learned and developed strategies over the years to collaborate with our partners in the community, disability organization, churches, nonprofits, to assist, especially with those ancillary services that our customers need that we may not be able to implement that day, but we will implement soon.
And that's why it wouldn't be a random counselor. I would actually pick out somebody who started relatively recently and doesn't have the long experience of peaks, valleys, and how do you manage the patients. So it's a dead on serious question. If I were to pick some of your folks, then we should ask a question.
I cannot guarantee you that a staff would say we don't have any money. I cannot promise you that, but I can assure you that I'm personally attending meetings to provide guidance to the staff directly about how to handle those questions.
Thanks, Tony.
And I think on the next slide, I'll be able to show you what we're trying to do and what we talked about at our all staff meeting, which is just the start, for how we can help our staff have conversations like what Tony suggested. That's how we lead with that. Our new staff as well as our team staff. On training and technical assistance, one of the things that we did last year that was really helpful, it goes to the governor's first rule that you shared, Mr. Chairman, about follow the law. Well, with any program funding stream, there is complexity. I've seen a few. I think VR is more complex by a mile than the programs I worked in other parts of the system. And so we had the RSA, our federal oversight agency, the Rehabilitation Services Administration. They fund national technical assistance centers. One of them is called the VR Technical Assistance Center for Quality Management. We had some of their gurus in fiscal practices do 3 different trainings. The first training they did, they have a fiscal basics for VR staff. It's intended for counselors, staff serving customers. They first provided that training to our managers. So all of our managers on a monthly call heard the training. That was all we did on that day. And then she provided the training to, seems like it was a couple hundred. Tammy's not here today, or she would know. And we recorded that. So that was kind of some basic training that was really about informed choice. So it was everything from informed choice, individualized services, to understanding how the money works, understanding our responsibility to manage our resources. But she and her colleague also, for me and the deputy division directors and some of our other state office staff, did a training on the regulations specific to how the VR dollars work. And how we need to be mindful of things like prior approval, performance, all of those technical things behind the scenes that should run smoothly without anybody having to notice, right? Because it should be about the services. But they did that training for us. We did training at our TWC pre-conference. We've gotten great feedback on how we need to take that and make it more tactical, make it more how to, make it more specific, and we'll be working on that. Our division budget analyst also attended every regional management team meeting. She attended with Tony and all the other RDs. We had budget training for all staff, first pass, not last pass. And then Scott and his team have been really creative about having office hours and sending out tips and training and just useful resources, and trying to maintain a SharePoint so that anybody can go ask a bunch of questions. You can ask a question right through to his team and someone will get back with you. So that's how we have been trying to communicate about budget. What else are we doing this year? The communication plan, just a couple of highlights, things that we are going to implement out of that Lisa Gibbons, who's drafting the plan, has drafted a good solid start, and we'll be wrapping it up. Couple of things, and these were voted on by staff at the January all staff meeting, where we said, here's some things that we could do to improve communication with you. What do you want to hear? There were 2 things. They want a director's inbox to be able to send questions, comments, feedback directly to me. That has been set up and will go live this month. I will monitor that inbox. I may respond individually to the staff member. It may be something that I ask, let's draft an FAQ and have it for everyone. Or we may respond to that in our quarterly all staff meetings. We'll have the director's mailbag. And we will pull out and we will answer questions. That's going live this month. It's already been set up. We're just working on the instructions. The second thing is sessions where I meet with a different group of staff. They're called Connect and Reflect sessions. They are just informal. Let's have a conversation. Tell me what you're experiencing and how you need us to help. And we're starting those in February. There will be 3. We're working on the instructions right now. And for this first 3, I'm going to invite counselors that have been with us less than a year, counselors that have been with us more than 10 years, and then rehabilitation assistants. I haven't figured that out, but it will be smaller groups because, of course, meeting with 700 people is not really a conversation. So we'll ask folks to register, and we'll take, top 30, and then we'll keep at it. So those are 2 ways that we are improving communication this year. We're not stopping some of this. We're continuing this. But how do I make sure staff can directly tell me what they need and what's going on? And so that's just a couple of things we're doing to improve. The other thing we have noticed, Tony will have a lot of feedback on this when we start working on it, is training on systems and effective practices for managing resources from the ground up. Assume nothing. We've had turnover. We have new staff. We have senior staff that have not experienced using new systems. So it's ground up. And that's something we're starting to work on. So that's a little update there. Next slide, and the last one on the budget. So what are we talking about? If I look back over the communication for the last year, there are 2 things. The first one is keeping customers first. So we should never lead a conversation with money, right? That's not what VR is all about. It's important fuel for the VR program, but VR is about that customer, their goals, their interests, their needs, and the services they need. So we always lead with customer first. We've been doing that for several years. We do not want to stop. But the second is, how can we understand and apply good fiscal stewardship throughout the client services life cycle? Because there is a life cycle for these client services dollars. And we have to be exceptionally good resource managers to manage that life cycle well when we have the purchasing of services distributed across the entire state. That is unusual. That is not how most programs operate, but it is how VR operates. So we have a greater burden to get this right. And so when I talk about that life cycle, you might wonder, what do you mean life cycle for client services dollars? It starts with planning the needed services. It goes to encumbering the funds for those services when those funds are needed. Monitoring service delivery. Did they get the services? Paying for the services rendered, critically important to a lot of folks, not the least of whom are the providers in the room. And then releasing remaining funds so they can use for another customer. That's the client services lifecycle. And we've got some folks doing it really well. We've got some folks that are new, that are having a bit more challenge. And then we have some folks that are trying different systems. And we need to make sure we allow some flexibility based on what's unique to a region or to a management unit. There's some uniquenesses, but also that we're consistent. And so that's the key messages. Now it's about us really hearing the nuance. Where are their pain points? Where are their resources needed? Where are their training gaps? And where do we need to respond from state office to come alongside and help? I think that our team, if I look back on did any of this help, and mainly did what our staff have been working very hard to do help. We always monitor something called our percent paid of encumber. So if we encumber $100, what percent of that do we end up paying? So usually we would end up paying 73 cents out of that dollar, and the rest would be raised on average. When we ended last fiscal year, we were at 87. We're at 87%. That is higher percent paid of encumbered than anything I've seen in my time. So I do think our staff are getting better. I think our staff have worked very hard. I think we can come alongside and do more to help with systems and resources. And so that's that whole life cycle. And one of the reasons this is important is to manage what we have well, but we want to be able to stand up and say, and we can get more and we can manage it. And That's why that's so important. So that's the key messages, and that's the last budget slide I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
This is Peggy Schmidt.
Mhm.
One thing that some of the providers had brought up in this last couple of months regarding the key messages in the budget were that when they're requesting service auths, they're being told, they can't issue, whoever the RA or the counselor can't issue that because there are no funds. And one thing, especially there were services like Project Search where that's a plan, right? Every 12 weeks, there's going to be X amount of essays. So that was a concern that we've heard from providers that we just need to make sure we get those key messages out so that they get the right information. And then if the customer is in plan and the service office is supposed to be there, then timely email those out or send those out timely so the services don't lag.
And that's an important concern right now, because in the prior years, when we had the larger carryover balance, we were able to put more money into the system to keep things flowing while a bunch of dollars were tied up, some of which were going to be released later. When we don't have those larger balances, then it is more important that this process is the first thing, not the second thing. And as we get better and better, we should get faster and faster. But that does sometimes create a longer time. And that's something we're working on. But also for our staff, right? We're now in a different season. And they have been used to the season we were in. So in fairness to our staff, we need to do even better job of communicating and make sure we're listening and then taking action.
So I understand, creative. And so my question is, what are we to ensure that providers are providing service?
Is your mic on?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you in the room, but they couldn't hear you online.
Okay, 'cause it's on.
Okay.
But anyway, what are we doing? Because what can happen sometimes, and I understand certain providers, especially smaller ones, can only take so many clients at one time. But then what happens is there's a delay. Like, for example, I might go 8 months and only have 2 interviews with my job placement people. And they're not taking time to ensure they're building partnerships with employers. And we get these consumers who, they were good for like many, many years, but then due to the economy, their job got cut, so they get back into services. But now they're being traumatized because they're with providers that I know they're doing the best that they can, but what support is we are providing to providers to help them, especially the like job placement providers, and how to build relationships and like how often should they actually be out there in the community building new relationships? Because if all they're focusing on is serving their current clientele, while they can build relationships with new businesses doing it that way, it takes longer to do it that way than maybe like set aside an afternoon to just go out into the community and build connection.
I think you raised several good questions in one. And I certainly would defer to some of our members who are providers, and they can speak with a lot more clarity and experience to this. But a couple of things I would tell you. First of all, we do have our standards for providers, and that our providers have to work within those standards. Secondly, our providers are not immune to the same challenges we're having with turnover.
Yeah.
I wish they were, because that would be one part of the system that isn't dealing with turnover, but they're not. And in fact, nationally, at our national association, one of our two, well, actually both of them, both national, both CSADR and NCSAD we're concerned about our providers' capacity because they're dealing with the same challenges in many respects that the VR agencies are in terms of recruiting and training and retaining the staff that they would like to have to deliver services. So I would add those couple of things, but I would also defer to members who can speak with much more experience.
Green. This is Peggy. And you're right, that is a huge struggle for providers to have that turnover. And then every time there's turnover, they have to rebuild a relationship with the individual that they're serving, in addition to the employers. And right, we all follow the standards and need to provide the services in a timely manner. The biggest thing that I can go back to is communication. The individuals that are being served, if if they haven't heard anything from their provider, they need to reach out to their provider. But if they don't hear back, then that VR counselor. And that's where, we work with great VR counselors, and they'll send me an email and say, hey, can you give us the status update or what's going on, or, where have your staff been? Because it is a struggle, but right, the individuals, they need a job, and that's our role, is to help them with that. So it goes back to that communication, and then like the building the partnerships that you talked about, that's the key. It's partnerships with the employers, and always bringing in new employers, but then working with the individuals and figuring out what it is they want, and then specifically going after those employers. So I don't have any of the magic. Oh, you're right. We can just do it this way, but it goes back to that communication piece. And, the individuals need to feel that it's okay to reach out to their VR counselor and say, hey, I haven't heard anything, or what's going on. Or that VR counselor to say, I haven't had an update. I need to reach out to that provider, because the providers are out there doing the best they can do it as well. I hope that helps.
Yeah, so Cheryl, I have a follow-up question for you. So let's say that my counselor seems to feel 2 interviews in 8 months is completely acceptable, and it is frustrating to me. And this is not me. I'm just doing hypothetical.
Sure. Of course.
Just see.
Of course.
So let's say counselor feels that they're doing all they can, the provider's doing all they can, but I am not happy. I want a job. I need that for my stability. What recommendations do you have for those consumers who have tried talking to their counselors and they're falling on deaf ears, so to speak?
I would love to let Tony answer that, because I bet he's got a lot more experience with dealing with that very thing. Tony?
Yes, I will hope and I will expect that 8 months does not elapse without some form of engagement or interaction with only 2 interviews. My expectation in working with my staff is that the counselor, the customer, and the provider engage in interactive discussion periodically to determine what's working and what's not, what are the challenges in getting interviews, lessons learned from interviews, and build upon those things, and determine if we're focusing on addressing the disability and the impediment issues before sending somebody for an interview, without first mitigating what challenges he or she faces, so they can go and equip to be able to compete for a job. And we look holistically at everything involved in getting that job. If you send me for a job in Leander and I live out in Manchac, off of Manchac or Wellington, and I have no vehicle and I have to rely on transportation, you sending me for a job in Leander is a waste of time, because you have to first talk to your customer and understand his or her needs and how we can comprehensively respond to them and make appropriate referrals that will result in positive outcomes, rather than say, as a provider, I refer them to 2 jobs, 3 jobs, 5 jobs, but they're not willing to go for the interviews. engage.
If I'm a VR consumer, I feel that my counselor is not doing a thorough job,
I'm a proponent of escalation.
so. Jordan's question. What's appropriate escalation in your view? In a scenario, that hypothetical scenario, Jordan described.
I'm a proponent of escalation. Call the supervisor don't respond or engage you and get with the manager, then call me. Call me.
And I think that what I would add to that, Tony's exactly right. If our customers are working with their counselor and maybe there's a mismatch in expectation, communication strategies, or just we're not being responsive, then you do us a favor to escalate to the manager. All of our customers should get information about how they can do that. And escalate that within VR. If for some reason we're not responsive, we have a CAP program. I don't know of another employment and training program that has a separate entity funded solely to assist VR customers with resolving their issues or concerns with the VR program. So I think that our customers have several paths. It's important for us to make sure they know that, because we don't want someone to be dissatisfied and not speaking. We would love an opportunity to address that. And most of our counselors, they would like that too. They want their customers to be able to get their needs met and to address their concerns.
And I think Karen can attest the fact that we don't want an adversary relationship with disability, right? We want a cooperative, collaborative relationship. And she and I have met with my managers, and we will continue to meet to talk about how we can work together on behalf of our customers.
It really does provide a more holistic approach to addressing concerns. Again, it's the only program I know of.
Cheryl, Tony, thank you. Let's move on. Cheryl, quick process check.
Yes,
You mentioned RSA monitoring. We still haven't heard from RSA. Okay, so we
No,
picked up
sir.
about 10 minutes on the agenda.
That's right. Yes, I promise you, I check my inbox about 12 times a day.
So barring something coming in the next hour,
Right.
we have 10 minutes extra on the agenda.
Right.
Let's move on to the rest of the VR division report, and about
Okay.
25 minutes or so, if you
Okay.
could just
I was
give us the main points, and then we'll turn it over to Chris and Geoffrey.
I was going to try to do that very thing. And so I'm going to keep my eye on. Okay,
Yeah, hit the main points, 25, 30 minutes. something
main
like that.
points. Daniel. We're about to have a speed round. Okay. This is where we give you an implementation report on how we're implementing the goals, the strategies associated with the combined state plan. Members, you have this report. At any time you have questions about that, you can contact me and I'm happy to discuss them. So let's just that right up front. But next slide, please. Big picture, whole lot of activities associated with this plan. 94 total activities, 49 of which are now complete, 22 in progress, 20 ongoing, 3 in queue. This does not tell you much, which is why I welcome any questions you have on full information. But there are a couple of things that we would love to do as we move toward hopefully approval of the new combined state plan that you have worked alongside us to develop. This is a lot. And one thing that the chairman's talked to me about for a couple of years now is how do we prioritize what we work on and what we work on together to get the biggest impact for our effort. I think that this needs to be a smaller number in the new plan for us to achieve that. So I will look forward to coming back to you and talking about that. Hopefully when that plan is approved by our federal partners in June of next year. So we'll continue to have these large numbers for now, but I do think there's great opportunity to talk with you and kind of work through how we prioritize for the next point. Next slide. Just a reminder, there are 6 goals. Top of them, focusing on provider recruitment, retention, support. Next, streamlining policy, VR policies, processes, procedures. Third, recruit, retain VR staff. 4, user-friendly resources to maximize customer choice. 5, improving our staff knowledge and system capacity to serve customers. And 6, increasing and enhancing our partnership with employers. Next slide, and please skip right on over to slide 20. So what I would like to do is touch on just some high points here. And then on the success measures, we can either go as far as we can, or we can loop back to the success measures after Geoffrey and Christopher talk performance, kind of trying to figure out how to move through the time. But on this slide 20, where I have a star, we have done what I would consider to be something significant since 2 months ago when we last met. A lot of activities are just ongoing, but these are what I would consider good things. So on strengthening provider recruitment, it is so important to ensure we have a sufficient provider base. And we have done much work on this over the last few years that you have heard us talk about. We have a team that is working on another business process improvement to take what we've learned so far and say, okay, what have we learned about our efforts to improve provider recruitment, retention, engagement, the whole process of the open enrollment? Where do we still have improvement, and how do we tackle that? So that will be kicking off in the next few weeks, and we have gotten that crafted, and we have 3 staff that are going through what we call our rapid process improvement practitioner training. They have to have a project. This is the project they proposed. Those 3 staff: Andrew Ramirez, Jamie Haywood, Daniel Prado. So they will be working on this, and I bet they'll be great to get an update soon. So that is kicking off. Next slide, Daniel. Number 21. Nope, next slide. I went right past slide. Oh man.
Go back.
Go back.
The rate
slide. One more. I need to not look at my own screen and look up at this one. One more.
There you go.
The rate review, the comprehensive rate review, you received the report, the presentation from PCG at the last meeting. Members, you have the report. I trust none of you have had difficulty sleeping. It is dense, it is rigorous, it is a lot.
It's a great report. The question is when we're going to start implementing some recommendations.
Right, and so this report has multiple recommendations. Yes, it has rate increases. It also has business improvement recommendations. It also has the idea of a whole new incentive rate for rural areas. There are about 6, 7 recommendations. So what we are working on is, what does an implementation plan look like? First, we've got to be mindful of our resources, financial resources available. Then we've got to figure out how we eat an elephant, because this is a large body of work. So what we are going to do is try to figure out how we break that into manageable pieces of work that we can move through, hopefully starting fiscal 25, start kicking off, moving those deliverables through, and figure out what makes sense in terms of what sequence, because this requires updates to policy, updates to provider standards, updates to RehabWorks, staff training, in some instances, provider communication and training. Rate increases will go to the commission for consideration for approval. So we have a great deal of work associated with implementing these recommendations. Our goal is to have an implementation plan by the end of March that I can brief you on. But that's where we are. It's a big, big project. And we have learned a lot from it already. The first is, we're going to do this more often, because when we went the length of time we were, I think that was a long time to go, and that predates me. The last time we did something this conference. So that's an update on that project, more at our next meeting. All right, Daniel, can we look at slide 24. I wanted to mention under streamlining and redesigning policy, we are continuing to work at that pile of forms that we have. We are now down to 112 pages less than we were when we worked on this in 2021. So we retired 13 more forms since we last met. In facilitating coordination with of services with providers and improving responsiveness to customers. Under this is also our collaboration with the workforce system. Melinda is our lead on one of our projects to coordinate better our services, both for employers and individuals with our workforce colleagues, the folks that you heard Mr. Serna talk about today. And there are two things going on with this. One is that we were able to bring our staff that work with business customers and their counterparts at the workforce board level together to have a joint training session before our conference last fall. What we are trying to do is begin to come together so we can approach employers and work as a team. How can we approach you with a system of services versus multiple ones of us coming to the employer? Of course, that's a step in the right direction. We know our provider communities also work with employers, but this is the start somewhere step. The other piece is the improving referral. Mr. Serna talked about warm handoff. How do we improve referral within the workforce center between VR and our workforce center partners? And so we will be launching a pilot. We've approved a process. Mr. Serna did to go forward to pilot. Mr. Serna, because this covers agency more than VR. And Melinda will be working with a project manager yet to be hired because our project manager relocated to another state. And we'll get that pilot launched. And the pilot will be using our systems that we have to better refer customers and to be able to track those referrals so that we can serve.
Statewide pilot or one region or?
We'll
one
pilot
office?
it in the areas, probably in 2 or 3 areas. Melinda, is that about right? In board areas, work out kinks, and then be able to show how our systems can talk to make that referral process smoother. Last thing I wanted to point out is that we, on improving workflow processes and business systems, we are, and by we I mean Scott and his team, preparing to roll out a new feature of our Sarah system. We will take a beat on this and we will do more training and communication. But the really cool part of this is the inside Sarah video conferencing feature that will also allow documents to be exchanged and connected to the customer's case and rehab works. So this is just improving that flow. So Scott can talk about it more when I'm not talking all day. Slide 27, Daniel. So for goal 3 strategies, I wanted to highlight, this is recruit and retain VR staff. A couple of things worth noting. You have in the past talked with us about our challenges, what we're doing to hire, to fill our vacancies timely so that our staff who are having to cover their caseload plus caseloads of where the counselors have left, so they don't have to do that as long, so we can get folks in seat. Our HR department is trying to be as creative with us as they can. They are going to pilot with us, and by us, I mean Tony, and with Susan Lindsay, who you got to visit with last time, something called a SNAP hiring. So instead of a longer hiring process, to be able to compress the hiring process, the vast majority of it, into one event. And so they pitched it. We said, how fast can we sign up? And I bet Tony would be interested because capital area is popping and staff turnover is something that's a constant challenge for this capital. So
I think we may be showing the
yep.
incorrect slide.
Right, slide 28 in the presentation, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. I'm looking at too many things. Because what I was trying to do is run through and give some project highlights and then we can circle back. And I can stop and give the wheel to Geoffrey and Christopher and they can do their performance presentation and then circle back if we have time to do success measures.
Sure.
Thank you for keeping me on track. All right, so SNAP hiring. I think that is a fantastic way to try to be more flexible to compress that hiring process. It is a process to hire a position.
Of the folks that are leaving, turnover can be fought two ways, stop people leaving,
Yes.
bring people in. Of the folks that are leaving, what are they telling us as the reasons? Do they go to a different industry, more money, move into Oklahoma?
From the folks that are leaving Austin, it's money. The cost of an apartment in Austin is probably 75% of their wages. And we have had the challenge of hiring somebody, them accepting the job, coming in from another area, and within 2 weeks, they say, I'm going back home.
SNAP hiring might fix that.
I don't think it will necessarily fix it, but it will enhance the timeliness of getting a body and board and working with them and serving our customers. And it will also filter some of those individuals who really want to work, busing those who are just looking for a job with a certain pay scale. Those individuals will be briefed about what they offer will be, et cetera, and we wouldn't be hiring them only to turn around and have them leave. So I think SNAP is going to be an opportunity for us to get individuals who have a passion for working with people with disabilities.
We see.
That's great, but we have to augment your income by.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a challenge.
So is there any thoughts on addressing the
We have, we are really grateful that the legislature approved for the first time in several sessions a cost of living increase for our staff across the board. 5% this last, for this fiscal year and 5% for next fiscal year. We're very grateful for that. We continue to look at the salaries. We recognize there are some parts of the state where cost of living is just higher. It's a constant challenge for Tony here in the capital area. That's not as much of a challenge in some of the other areas. So we continue to look at that. We continue to make merits and promotions available within our budget, of course, to our staff as we have every year since I've been here. The other challenge, though, you rightly point out, people leave for more reasons than pay. They also leave for workload. So one of our concerns is when we have those vacancies, and this is something else I know Tony's dealing with on a regular basis, and you've got staff that are covering their caseload plus a vacant case, then again, a vacant case. And so after a while, that workload can really become more than somebody wants to stay. And so we are trying to do our best to make sure we reduce that administrative burden on our staff. But WIOA was a game changer on administrative burden. It just was. The program has more data collection requirements, more documentation requirements, more funding requirements that it had before 2014. Fair?
Other things too that I need to share, you know, Scott and I and the team have been working and trying to market with prospective employees our benefit package. Oftentimes, a candidate is unaware of our benefit package, and when you put a dollar amount to it, all of a sudden it makes sense. When you compare our benefit package with private industry, it was, oh, stability, benefits, and yes, I'll take the risk of working for you, although it's going to be a little less pay. But with our promotion opportunities and career ladders opportunities within a reasonable period of time, they'll be okay. But it's something we have to do in marketing to prospective candidates.
The retention piece is the other part. And of course, pay gets us coming and going. But on retention, certainly having opportunities for merits and promotions. Also, what we're doing to engage staff, we want staff to be engaged in the work of the division, to have a voice, to be able to participate. And one of the things that is now moving into pilot since we last met is what we call our Career Ladders and Pathways project. One of the things we want to do is we want to make sure that our staff know we want you to stay and we want you to grow in the division if that's what you want to do. And so one of Scott's team members used to be a deputy regional director in Region 6, Emily Bonsek, has been working to build what we call our Career Ladders and Pathways project. Our career ladders are more known to staff, but there are about 25 positions all the way up to mine, because I sincerely hope the person that wants to be the division director after me, I hope they're looking at this, right, and preparing for it. So all the positions that are not career ladder positions, there's about 25 positions. And so what we're doing in that project is building out information about those positions. What are the key skills you need? And then we're putting in place a process called career conversations, where staff can choose to do an easy assessment to say, here are the positions, here are the competencies, here's where I think I would like to go. And their supervisors would then have with them that career conversation and be encouraged to support them in that career growth. Of course, assuming all is going well with performance and the like. But that is a growing SharePoint location where staff will be able to go and say, day in the life of. In fact, I think Emily's calling it my so-called life. But if somebody wants to be in a manager position, could they go to this place and say, I know the competencies, now I want to watch a video with a few managers talking about what is it I do every day. And so it's us trying to really encourage our staff to build their skills and to have a career pathway within VR, and also to make that pathway clear. Like, what is it?
Yeah, this is a deeper conversation that we can have 5-10 minutes. Every 2 years we do a voice of the organization survey. When is our next?
We are right up on it. In fact, I just got the Excel file to double check all the categorization, so it's right. I believe it's called the Survey of Employee Engagement. Many state agencies participate, not all. We do. And I believe it's going to be March. I think we won't see results until May or June. But that's something we should have in August.
Yeah, let's visit that in August. That can have a deeper discussion.
And our training and development department, they lead that survey of employee engagement. They do a fantastic job of presenting results.
Let's move on.
Okay,
Let's move on.
very good. Okay,
Goal 4.
goal 4. So strategies on goal 4.
Daniel, we need you to advance to what, page 30
30.
or even 31?
There we go. Goal 4 strategies. So these strategies are moving or complete. The one thing, you don't see a gold star here, but I should have put one here because our team, we call our benefits boosters. We have over the past year put together a team that is not only doing the cost reimbursement for Social Security, cost reimbursement, but is providing enhanced customer service to our customers who have questions about their benefits. And we have in-house benefits planners. We are fully staffed. They are rolling. And that, yes, I just knocked on wood. I hope I didn't jinx them, but that team is fully together and moving into training. And that is a first in my tenure. We have the whole thing in one team, so they can provide the support to customers and benefits planning that supplements what our providers do, and all the way through requesting reimbursement from Social Security Administration, which is about $20 million plus income poured right back into VR each year, and 8.5 of it goes over to Health and Human Services for the Immigrant Program. So that's a big deal because that's resources coming in. All right, goal 5, Daniel, 2 stars there. Keep going. Let's goal 5, that. So I'm looking for the goal 5 strategy, staff knowledge and system capacity. 33, thank you, because I have a different, I don't know what I did, I'm just gonna leave it. There we go, you had it. That one? I could do an entire presentation on 5.1, I will not. This is providing additional training and resources for our staff to strengthen their, and increase their expertise and specialization. The STAC program, this is the drug court, the substance use disorder drug court that is in Dallas. You have heard Judge Leela Lawrence May. That's Tony's daughter. You have heard her. I just call her Judge. But we actually have a team that is in Dallas this week. They are learning more about the STAC program and how we can replicate it. They are also meeting with another judge, one of our permanency court judges, on our foster youth project, where we're working to do more to serve foster youth. So we've got a team, state office team, regional team on the ground this week in Dallas, learning more about that. We also have hired a brain and spinal cord injury program specialist. This has been a long time coming. We repurposed a position that we had so that we could hire a program specialist who focuses solely on brain and spinal cord injury. This is something we used to have when we had the CRS program, and it's been a long time coming, and we need to focus. And it has. And the name fell out of my brain. Thank you. Oh, man. Oh, that's... No, I will. It will hit me in a second. I will tell you. Cross-agency collaboration, we continue to work with HHSC and TEA. We are really enjoying working with them on expanding our employment first activities, and there is much more to say there. That's continuing, and we're moving into figuring out how do we operationalize this so it's just the way we work, not a special project. And that's, we'll give you an update in more detail on that. And then customized employment, we are working on getting that open enrollment on the street so we can have some providers willing to learn and pilot that customized employment service with us. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Up and running, because I can think of at least one person in the Austin area and maybe 2 or 3 in the Dallas Fort Worth area that they have very specific career ideas. And so for them, having that customized employment is very beneficial.
Jordan, I hate to ask you, but they can't hear you again, so I didn't get recorded what you said.
Do you want me to restate?
Yeah, please. Yeah,
I'll
sure,
restate,
restate it.
Jordan. Jordan asked when we will have customized employment available to our customers. It's going to be a minute before it's statewide, because we're just developing what is a very intensive service for our customers. And so we will pilot. We are looking at those pilot locations now, but we need to know where our providers are going to be that are going to help us pilot this. I'll keep you posted. We're really looking forward to having this service, but it's going to be a little bit before we get. Yeah.
But I figured I would ask.
That's right.
Maybe we get pleasant surprised.
That's right. That's it.
That's the
So,
line, guys. That's the
Mr. Chairman, I will stop there and let you transition to Christopher and
goal
Geoffrey if you
6.
like. Oh, goal 6.
one.
I also
There's nothing
can't
else in goal
count.
5, actually, right? That's
Yes.
highlighted. But goal 6, something that's,
Yes, goal 6,
Commissioner Sparta left, but something that's very important to me as well.
very important.
Without employers, I don't know, matters.
One of the things that we are doing that connects to this goal I told you about, and I didn't do it justice.
Do we need
because-
Daniel to roll through?
Yes, we do slide 38. Thank you, Melinda. We didn't do it justice because I skated back by it pretty quickly, what Melinda has been spearheading with our team that works with business and our workforce partners. If we are going to engage more employers in hiring people with disabilities, we have to be a team at the local level. And so that's a first start, but it's not the last thing. Melinda, I know the group is working on some additional activities where we can continue to work to say, how do we function together as a team? Right, because it has to happen on the ground, right? It has to happen in every workforce area across the state. And so that bringing together, it was training, yes, and they had a very good trainer that talked about serving employers and how we do it as a system. But the other goal that was equally important is to get them in the room together and have them start to work together as a team. The other thing is that our business relations staff have already registered for all of the Texas conferences for employers. You heard the commissioner talk about how his, the event that he's about to go to, what is it, Lake, is it tomorrow, is sold out. For Texas Conference for Employers happening all over the state. Our commitment is that our staff will be there and we will be available to help employers know how, if they have someone who is in danger of losing their job because they need some assistance, we're there to help. And we have definitely seen an increase in the number of folks we are serving who are coming to us with employment and they need help to do that. So that's not doing it justice, but that's a couple of the things that we're working on. When we have our new combined state plan, one of the things we talked about is how we also work with Geoffrey and his team to apply those employer measures so that we have some data to report under the new plan for how we're serving. All right. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I will stop.
Unless there's any quick questions. Okay, let's move on to Geoffrey and Chris.
So they will pull up their performance slide deck, Daniel. And then if we have time later, they'll come back to the measures here. Is that okay, Geoffrey and Christopher?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Director
Melissa
Fuller.
Houston, sorry. Thank you, Melinda. Melissa Houston is our brain just.
All right, so as soon as our slides come up, we can begin.
And for folks following remotely, it's the same deck. Right, Geoffrey?
It is not the same deck. It is a separate deck.
Which deck are you pulling up so folks can follow?
We are pulling up the VR performance slides. Should Christopher pull those up?
No, Daniel's pulling this
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Excellent. There they are.
their own.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about our overall performance before I turn it over to Christopher, who is the head of our VR and Geographic Informational Systems team. And he'll walk everyone through the latest developments and trends in our performance. So if we can go to the next slide. For anyone tuning in from the public and for new members of the RCT, we use a status ranking system to evaluate our performance, where P is meeting target, plus P is positive performance, and minus P is negative performance. So that's defined as being within 5% of target. So that allows for a little bit of uncertainty and variability in our measures. And the measures that we'll be looking at today are participants over the past rolling 12 months. We like to refer to that as rolling 4 quarters. Our average cost, which is extremely pertinent to all of the budgeting concerns that have been at discussion today. and then how we're doing in getting people into jobs after they leave the VR program and getting people to stay in those jobs. We also look at 2 performance measures, credential rate and measurable skills gain rate, that are targeted at seeing how people are progressing through education and training programs. Are they meeting milestones? And of course, credential rate focuses on how are they completing those programs successfully and getting credentials that can open up doors for more desirable careers. And right now, we are either meeting performance or exceeding performance in all of these targets except measurable skills gain rate. But I want to talk to you a little bit about measurable skills gain rate, because the -P here is somewhat deceptive, because we don't have this rate finalized until the end of the program year. So it's going to show -P until that final quarter, since it's evaluated over the entire year. And we're hoping that by the end of the year, at least 44% of our participants who are in some kind of an education or training program who are enrolled will get some kind of milestone to mark progress in those programs, be it a report card or a successful completion of 12 credit hours in college, or an education functional skill gain, advancement, any mark of progress there. So our average cost, on the other hand, even though it shows +P, there's been some discussion in prior RCT meetings about perhaps needing to look at how we evaluate performance there, because we're at the end of the first year-to-date quarter here, and we've got an average of 1,404 spent per VR participant. The year-end target is 3,958, and if you multiply 1,404 by 4, that's going to exceed the year-end target. And that's not necessarily a desirable thing, because we want to make sure that we're apportioning our resources to provide quality services to everyone. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Christopher for running through the slides, and I will stay on to provide supporting information and comments and interject if there are any questions.
Stay here for 1 second. I'm gonna push back on this average cost discussion. We are once again in a customer service business. So managing to a target of cost is an example of under delivery. Our target, this is my personal position. Our target was wrong. We have underpulled our target. We have either underpulled the target per customer served, or we have underpulled the number of customers, and hence we have a small book. So our target is wrong, right? Either overall number or number per person served. That's a wrong number. And are we going to exceed this? No. But I will tell you, as somebody who's looking over all the stakeholders, I'm going to celebrate that we have exceeded this, because that means we help more people and we help them with more things. So I would really urge us to think this as a state measure. This is the wrong way of looking. This is a metric that encourages under delivery. So my soapbox, right? You know, bit of a privilege of being a chair here. So every quarter, I ask us to reconsider this measure. This year, it's especially perfect that we reconsider this measure.
Absolutely. Thank you for that input.
Thank you. All right, very good. Thank you, Geoffrey.
This is the right time. Otherwise, we're going to move on to some really good things.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I think, Daniel, we can go to the next slide. And for those of you who haven't seen this presentation before, the 6 VR service areas can be mapped into the workforce development board areas. And this is, you can reference that at your convenience. Okay, next slide. Okay, well, I think the big news this quarter, and Director Fuller was, as she was sharing some of her slides, we saw that the participant creation, the number of participants that are being created on a quarterly basis has steadily increased over the last 3 or 4 years. And we're starting to see that now in strong increase in the number of participants. So, and a slight decrease in success rate, but I think the headline news is definitely the increase in participants. So if you could go to the next slide, Daniel. So if you compare the PYS program year is from July 1st to June 30th. So for example, PY22 is July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. Our rolling 4 quarters, as Geoffrey explained earlier, it's a rolling 12-month period, is from December of 2022 to November of 2023. So basically there's a 3 or 4 month difference. So we see a pretty strong increase from 64, almost 65,000 to 67,000 participants. And the increase is, I think, is statewide. All regions saw an increase in the number of participants in this rolling 4-quarter period. Okay, next, and please, if there are any questions, just feel free to interject. I know we're being mindful of time as well, so.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, good. All right, so this is by primary disability category. The RSA uses their primary disabilities. And so as you see here also, we are increasing in every disability category. So it truly is a general increase, that affects all regions and all disability categories in the number of participants. Okay, next slide, please. This is the percentage of participants served by disability category or primary disability category. As you see, this doesn't change that much. You'll see some variance of maybe up to 1 percentage point, but the largest group is intellectual and learning disabilities. And as Director Fuller was talking about earlier, our large increase in the student population, a lot of the students coming into the VR program have this disability from special education programs, do have the intellectual and learning disability category. However, we're seeing psychosocial and psychological, followed by auditory and communication, or the, physical, and then followed by auditory and communication. And then about 10%, 10 or 11% are blind and visually impaired if you add those two rows together. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so successful closure rate. I mentioned before that we did see a slight dip in that rate, but it's really not even a full percentage point. Some of the regions where we saw a decrease, a decrease in the success rate was regions 4, 5, and 6, region 3, and region 2, and region 3, I think, had the largest increase in the employment rate, which is not surprising, of course, given our economy. Okay, next slide, please. And we did see an increase in, if you look at the disability type, we saw basically a slight decrease, more so for legally blind, which went from 47.5% in the most PY 22 to about 43.67% this quarter. Otherwise, very small variation here if you compare the rolling 4 quarters to the last program year. Okay, next slide, please. And this again is looking at, whereas the slide we saw before, which was the participants by primary disability, when we looked at the proportions, this is by the exiters. And you'll see again, the top 4 being our auditory and communication, physical, intellectual and learning, and social and psychological disabilities. And this tracks fairly well with the proportion of participants, active participants in the program. Okay, so we'll move on to another measure. Next slide, please. So we looked at the participant numbers and the employment rate. Now we're getting into some of the WIOA measures that are used for accountability. So the employment rate that WIOA uses is the Q2 post-exit rate. So in other words, it looks at your employment. We use the wage records, the Texas wage records, and look to see who is employed the second quarter after their exit. And this could be both successful and unsuccessful exiters are included in this rate. Because we jump up 2 quarters after their exit. And so the rolling 4 quarters we're using is October 2021 to September 2022. And the reason why there's a bit of a lag is because it takes time for the wage data to mature that we use for this measure. But the good news, we are seeing continued recovery from the pandemic year of program year 19, when we were at about 55%, and we are up to about 60.3% this rolling 4 quarters. And I'll show you that in the next slide. And median earnings also continue to grow by about $400 in this rolling 4 quarters compared to program year 22. So let's go on to the next slide so you can see the numbers. So that top row there that says all VR, that's the statewide Q2 post-exit rate. And you'll see that under PY19, the effect of the pandemic, and then we've been improving steadily since then. And it looks like the improvement is continuing. And the next slide, please. And in terms of disability categories, we see fairly widespread improvement in this measure. So I think all disability categories saw an increase compared to the PY21 in the rolling 4 quarters that we're using for this measure.
That's right, Chris. And one thing that was particularly encouraging is that we saw an increase for our population of individuals who are legally blind.
Yes.
That's been a primary concern to see if we can get that back up towards its historical rates. It used to look a lot more similar to auditory and communication.
That's correct, Geoffrey. Thank you. We did see an increase in this measure for the legally blind and for other visual as well. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so median earnings, as would be expected, given the rapid pace of our economy in Texas, the median earnings have been increasing basically since our, this first column here, PY17, we've added about $2,000 in median earnings to this rolling 4 quarters. And we're seeing basically across all regions, pretty substantial increase in median earnings.
Tony, we got to catch Region 4. You have to catch Region 4.
They're outperforming, it looks like. Overperforming, I meant. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Guys, a bit of an ad hoc request, and this is not absolutely not urgent, just you have a lot of stuff on your plates for the next meeting or meeting after next or a third meeting from now. In the past, you've done a brilliant job of looking into the earnings and the earning trends versus general trend for the state of Texas.
Yes.
Whenever you please refresh that. We don't need a regular basis, just kind of a point in time, just refresh it. Are we keeping pace? General salaries? Are we actually exceeding it? Last time it got done, it was extremely informative. Let's just refresh it sometime this year.
Yes, that's a good point, Mr. Chairman. We can, I know exactly what project you're talking about. All right. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is another measure called Q2 to Q4 post-exit employed. And this is more of an employment retention measure. It looks at all of the VR exiters who are employed the second quarter after their exit and tracks them in the third and fourth quarter. So if they're employed in all of these quarters, then they show up in this measure in the numerator. And it's important because this is one of the measures that really hits at serving employers, because having someone, start the job and being able to retain that employee, to train them, to grow them. And so this is and what we see is that, and if you we can go to the next slide, I think, for this. So you see in calendar year 19, those who exited in calendar year 19, their fourth quarter of exit would have been in 2020, at the height of the pandemic. And so taking into account that lag, you see the pandemic effect in CY19 exiters, about 83%. And we've basically are up now at 88%, which is a all-time high. If you look at, at least what we have here, we've been tracking the last 5 calendar years. We've exceeded calendar year 17 and 18. And so this is a really good measure. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see one thing that kind of jumps out at you is the small amount of variation in outcomes. And when you look at disability types, in some of the previous slides, there was a pretty big range in employment rates. For example, ranging from 37 or 40% all the way up to 80%. The range here is a lot smaller, which means that once that the primary disability plays less of a role, that once someone is employed, from 83 to 91% are continued to be employed. And that I think is a great, fantastic progress or aspect of the program, is that once the customer is employed, they have, no matter what their primary disability is, they have about the same percent chance of continuing that employment, and that's a great service to employers. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and this is the ad hoc that we're continuing to do, comparing traumatic brain injury, stroke, and spinal cord injury customers. And we saw this in this rolling 4 quarters. We've seen an increase in participant count, so along with the general picture in VR, and success rate. So if we can go to the next slide. So you see in that first table, traumatic brain injury, stroke, and spinal cord injury. We are not, we've reached a point where we're either no longer decreasing or actively increasing the number of participants. And in the table below, which looks at the success rate, we also are increasing our success rate in each of these categories compared to the previous program year. Okay, next slide, please. Here we have the same measures we talked about before, the Q2 post-exit employment and the Q2 post-exit median earnings. And we're seeing a little bit of a dip in some cases, but for TBI in particular, we see an increase in median earnings. And also for spinal cord injury, a stroke, a slight decrease in median earnings. And again, when you have small numbers of participants, the way the median works, you can have larger variations because there's a small population. Okay, and the last slide.
one.
Yes, go ahead,
There's one point I want to add.
Yeah.
It is concerning to see the population of individuals who have suffered a stroke. Their Q2 post-exit employment has decreased substantially since 2018. It's important to remember that PY 2020 and PY 2021, we're looking at still some pandemic effects there. And it seems that this population may have been disproportionately impacted by, well, probably the lockdowns and shutdowns in business and stuff that would help people recover from a stroke. It's interesting that TBI did not seem to take that sort of a hit.
Geoffrey, how many data points do you have there? Is this like a sizable, or is this like a data issue?
I don't think it's a small N problem. Chris, we've got at least several hundred people, right?
Yes, that is true.
And you didn't have kind of a category shift where, 17, 18, it was one category, 19, 20, other category. It's like data is clean, data is pure.
It's the same criteria consistently across time.
Yeah.
Concerning indeed.
Okay, and last slide, please. And again, here is the employment retention measure that I was talking about before. And so each of these categories are from basically 85, almost to 94%, which is very close to the 88% statewide VR average for all disability categories. And I think that, Geoffrey, unless you have something else to add, I think that brings us to the end of the performance presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Yes,
yeah,
that concludes. So, Director Fuller, if you want, we can circle back to talk about goal areas if you think that's appropriate. Or does anybody have questions first, I should ask?
Yeah, before we go back to the success measures.
This is Jordan. Can y'all hear me online before I ask?
Yes, Jordan, we can hear you loudly and clearly.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure before I started talking. When y'all were talking earlier, when y'all are tracking how when a consumer hits a milestone, it was like on the first slide, would some of those examples be like maybe finished orientation, completed first required training? Because there are certifications out there like RAP and people planning together and person-centered thinking, where it's a multi-stage approach to become certified.
Right. And that's an excellent question, because one of the measurable skills gains that's counted is, in fact, a training milestone. So if you're in a training program and you have a training milestone, that counts. So it's pretty much any, I mean, they're well-defined metrics, but it's any milestone that you hit in a program that falls into one of, I believe there's 5 different categories of measurable skills gains, and training milestone is one of them. So the whole intent of that measure is to see how you're doing within a training or education program before you actually exit, so that the VR program can get recognition for helping assist someone through to the goal of a post-secondary credential. Also, I think the intent in the federal measure is to see how people are doing so that you can perhaps intervene and put them on a pathway to success for completing a credential.
Okay, so if I understand what y'all just said, basically in summary is if I am a VR vendor and I am providing RAP or people planning together or person-centered thinking training to a consumer to become certified so they could work for me, then what y'all would like to have is an email or some kind of documentation when they hit each of those milestones so that the data can be tracked. Yes?
I defer to Director Fuller, but I think that's spot on.
It depends on the training service
Mhm.
and how we would collect milestones. So there's a little bit different process for milestones in employment services or some specialized training services than there would be in education. So we'd have to just look at that specific service and where we can track and identify milestones and then record those.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. I really appreciate your question, because one challenge that we've really grappled with over the past few years is making sure that we're getting all of our measurable skills gains into the system so that we get recognition for the services that we're actually providing to folks. That way, our federal partners can have an accurate evaluation of the program on the ground. For the first few years, the assessment criteria that was being used by our federal partners for measurable skills gain was more reflective of making sure that data entry is complete than what was intended, which is making sure that we're actually getting people through educational programs in an expeditious manner. Because ideally we want to be evaluated by what we're doing for the customer and not the data entry system. So measurable skills gain has been a struggle, making sure that we're actually getting all of the data entered that we need to have in there.
This is Karen. Ms. Fuller, you mentioned that a new program specialist had been hired for the,
For brain and spinal cord injury.
so in looking at some of these numbers that look like they have fallen down, I'm hoping it sounds like that new person can certainly help maybe look at some of these areas and providing assistance to the staff can improve those scores.
It is concerning to see the decline for our customers who had a stroke. I know that there are some unique challenges that they experience, going from being in a whole host of employment situations to having to completely rethink depending on the significance of the stroke and the lasting impact, what they can do. It's a really good example of something that might require a model that's more like progressive employment, where we provide multiple opportunities for them to try new things. And that's something we need to look at and look at how well we're doing it. And having a program specialist dedicated only to this is needed. It's been needed a while. Our program manager, Jonas Schwartz, gets credit for figuring out how to make that work within his staffing structure. And that person will be able to dig in, but won't be alone, because Laura York, who's been working on this for some time, is right there with her. And I know they don't hesitate to reach out to Geoffrey and Chris with data requests.
Early in the I'm sorry, it's somebody else. Early in the presentation, you talked about a drop in, I think in the statistics for blind and visually impaired from 40 something to 30 something. Do we know what factors were at play there? And then I think you said it picked up again. Did I understand you correctly, or was I half asleep?
No, that's I think if just going from memory, maybe we want to navigate back to that slide. But I think can we navigate back to the slide where we were looking at, I think it was Q2 success rate for legally blind individuals, right, Chris?
Yes, that we in the Q2 rate we did see an increase.
Right. So we're going to need to go back before the employment retention, keep going back.
Yeah, that's.
There we are. Yeah, so we went from 42% to 38% and then back up to 40%. So it's a small fluctuation, but at least we're trending in a positive direction now, which would be up. What I was mentioning was historically way before PY17, PY14 and 15, which are not shown here, where the rate was more comparable to auditory and communication. So that's ultimately what we would want to see for our population with people who are legally blind. It is important to note that there were some changes in the program, such as closure as a homemaker not being considered a successful employment outcome anymore, that changed our success rate somewhat. But we always try and keep an eye on the trends for individuals who are legally blind to make sure that we are serving that population.
Thank you.
Any other question, folks? Yeah, let's take a look. We have about 15, 20 minutes or so. Let's take a look at some of the key
All right.
success measures for the state goals.
All right, Daniel, we're going back to the other slide. You've got more than you bargained for today in slide navigation.
Jeff Lindex like a pack of cards.
He's got it going here. All right, so we're going to go back to the first set of success measures for goal 1. Geoffrey and Christopher.
All right, so we're going to give you the whirlwind tour on this because thankfully, in many cases, not a lot has happened since the last RCT meeting with these measures. And that's good news because in a lot of areas, we were trending in a positive direction. So one global trend that we saw in our measures across goal area is that all activity rates, whether it was engaged rates for providers or active rates for participants, have had a bit of a decline. This is explainable in the context that there has been increased turnover and there are struggles with vacant FTEs. The good news is that even despite that, we are still substantially above years 2019 to 2021 in terms of activity rates and engaged providers. So slight decrease, but we're still way above where we were. And that seems to suggest that once the vacant FTE problem is addressed, we will continue trending in a positive direction. So right now we're looking at activity rates. You can see we went from 46% in 2022 Q4 to about 41% now in 2023 Q4. Now we do compare the same quarter across the past 5 years so that we can have a fair trend, because of course you want to factor out what I would call the holiday effect in Q4. People have Thanksgiving and Christmas to attend to, so typically in Q4 activity rates are going to be down across the board a bit. And by looking at the same quarter from each year, we can factor out that holiday effect. So let's go to goal 2. So goal 2, again, you can see the effect of vacant FTEs here. The median days it takes to go from initial contact to participation has increased significantly by a little over 10 days since 2021. And that's showing the strain of having fewer staff and newer staff facilitating these steps. Let's go to the next slide, please.
That's a bad trend.
It is, but it points to how we really need to target staff retention, recruitment, training, and make sure that we keep an eye on the turnover. Now, participant creation rate also shows why things are taking a little bit longer in some cases, because we've had a sustained increase in our participant creation rate from 2020 forward. So we're welcoming new people into the program at a higher rate than we were in 2019. And since the typical normative life of a VR case is about 24 months, you can see there's about a 2-year lag in terms of a lot of these measures. So since we've been getting participants in at a higher rate for a little over the past 2 years, we're starting to see a little bit of strain with those new participants who have come in as we get back up to our level of participants that we had back in, say, 2015 and 2016. So next slide, please.
Do you mind going back?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
One more back.
This is Peggy. I had a quick question about what is the definition of participation? Is that the customer is in plan and with a provider, or is it just at the application status? What is that defined as?
The first that you said, essentially, they've got their signed IPE and they've received at least one service in accord with that IPE.
This is Karen. So I interpreted this, it was initial contact to an IPE
What services?
and not just the IPE, but a service authorization being issued.
The definition of a participant for WIOA is IPE plus services have started. Services may be delivered by VR staff or be purchased services. But a participant, if it's just signing the plan, that does not yet make someone a participant.
Right. And that's an important point. Though in practice, counseling and guidance is considered a service, and that is usually provided in conjunction with signing the IPE. So we see a majority of persons become VR participants on the same date as their IPE is signed. That is not always the case, though. So the reason why this measure was decided on is because trying to look at it from the customer's perspective, going from initial contact to when they're actually receiving that first VR service, when they're participating actively under their plan, that's from the customer's perspective when they're really first engaging with the program and getting benefit from it in a substantive way as a participant.
All right, guys, let's carry on, and we have about 9 minutes.
Got it.
The remaining.
No worries. I'll be speedy. So let's see, goal 3, let's go to the measures on this for recruit and retrain. I think that we've made good progress in this area. Again, turnover continues to be a struggle. We've got 61% of our counselors now identified as qualified VR counselors, having the appropriate credentialing there. And that's finishing training, and Director Fuller can speak more to that. but I do want to focus on our remaining 3 goal areas before we run out of time. So let's continue forward. All right, so participants receiving benefits counseling, this has been a major win. From a informed customer choice perspective, we want our customers who are on public benefits like SSI and SSDI to understand how work could impact their benefits and what they can do and retain those benefits, which may be necessary for them to thrive and perhaps even survive. So before, in January of 2023, we saw that percent with benefits counseling on IPE was about 56.5% who received. Now we're up to about 86.95%. So we're getting more people informed about the impact of getting a job on their benefits. Let's go to the next slide, please. So customer satisfaction, it's held pretty constant. These are relatively good numbers. Next, please. And so again, satisfaction for support from VR staff, pretty good numbers. Next slide, please. And same here. We want it to be around 80% or above. Next slide, please. And then our statewide participant engagement rate, once participants are in the program, they've remained fairly consistently engaged, and we've made substantive progress since 2019. Again, you can see a slight dip from 2022 Q4, and that's primarily due to the struggle with vacant FTEs. Next slide, please. We already overviewed work-based learning opportunities, but we've made steady progress on expanding and sustaining since the first quarter of 23. Next slide.
Is there something special about Q3? Big spike and then a bit of a drop off again. Is there some sort of seasonality to it that you need to be aware of?
So if you can go back, I can speak real quickly to that. It's typically when we have a substantial expansion, say from second quarter to third quarter there's a bit of a fall off effect before that progress levels off. And you'll see that in a lot of different measures in a lot of different areas. So it's not too concerning at this point.
May I add that this is also about referrals, March, April, May. What are we getting ready for? Summer.
Yes.
We're getting ready for summer. And this is also out of rehab works, not summer, including summer earn and learn. So this is the additional programming on top of that.
And that's important to note because as was mentioned earlier today, summer earn and learn is not in these statistics. So when we're looking at work-based learning opportunities, I guess you could add maybe about 2,500 to 3,000 to that number to account to for summer earn and learn. And we may look into ways to add that into our data so that you have a more holistic perspective.
All right.
And that concludes what we have to present to you today. Thank you so much. It was an honor to present.
And didn't get too many ad hoc assignments.
Just a couple, right, Mr. Chairman?
Less than usual. Guys, thank you so much. Any questions for Chris and Geoffrey on anything they presented? right, guys, let's take a break. When we come back, we are going to have a conversation about our updated bylaws for RCT and public comment. So let's come back at 4:19. 10-minute break. Our next item on the agenda is bylaws for RCT. To set a bit of a stage, it's been a number of years since we have revisited our bylaws. So at this year's strategic planning session, we made a conscious effort to form an ad hoc committee to review our bylaws and essentially freshen them up. Who's gonna lead us, Peggy?
Yes, so can we put the edited version of the bylaws up on the screen? And we sent these out one.
Mike.
Oh,
Yeah, we sent this out to the council about 21 days ago.
so everyone should hopefully have had a chance to review them, but Karen and I are gonna go through and just review the changes. And is he gonna be able to pull them up on the screen? So people can also see them as we go along.
Daniel, in the digital binder, there is a,
Okay, and Karen, I'll let you start.
Yeah, so, the first change we're gonna talk about is at 3.4.3. And, the history to this is, currently, and what the regulations state is a person can be appointed to 2 3-year terms on the council. There is nothing in the regulations that state that a person can't come back after their 2 terms have ended. And in a lot of states, people have said, gosh, by my 2nd term, I was just getting to know what I was supposed to do and understood everything and felt like I could really contribute. And this is when I was, my term ended. So what a lot of different councils have done is put in their bylaws that a person can come back to the council after a period of time. But it just needs to be in your bylaws. So what we're doing is adding to our bylaws that a member can be reappointed after a meaningful break of 3 months following their 2nd consecutive term. So if somebody had been on the council, their 2nd term had ended, and they would like to be reappointed or be considered for that, they can do that. So we're adding that to our bylaws. Glenn, you're gonna have to speak up.
it's more
Yeah.
about eligibility. They're eligible to come back. That's what we're saying. If it's still vacant, it's still vacant.
They would have to be reappointed and they'd have to go through the same process.
So if there is no
Yeah.
vacancy, if the council is full after somebody rolls off, then they would have to wait for the next appointment period when there is a vacancy.
You wouldn't necessarily come back to the same position, you could, but it could even be a different category. But it's not gonna necessarily be held for you, but you could be considered for reappointment. But you have to have a break off the council first.
So this is Jordan Smelly. Here's my question around this. Article 16 of the Texas Constitution says that when you're appointed by the governor, you serve until your replacement is appointed. So let's say I term out in October and the governor does not appoint anyone until May of the following year. Does that 3-month period have taken effect technically since my term expired in October?
So you'd be eligible for reappointment.
Yeah, it's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay,
That is
I just
exactly what
wanted to
we're
make
doing.
sure I was understanding the way this was worded.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or feedback on that proposed change? Okay,
Okay. So the next one is 4.2.1. And this one was really, and then 4.2.3. 2. And this is on the voting for any of the positions, chair or vice chair. And if there is a tie, in the event of a tie, a runoff election will be held between the tied nominees. These nominees shall recuse themselves from the runoff election, and a nominee has the right to withdraw their name if they so choose. And I think we really just cleaned that up. And then 4.2.2, if an elected officer leaves or is removed from the council, a vote for the replacement officer shall be held at the next meeting, either a regularly scheduled or special meeting. A slate of the proposed officer will be submitted to the members 30 days prior to the election meeting, and the newly elected officer will assume the position immediately. So you were saying voting.
A vote for the replacement officer shall be held. Are you proposing changing the word shall to the word will? Yeah, so your proposal is to modify the word shall to the word will. So what is the
On-
proposal?
Are you on 4.3? Officers shall serve a term of 1 fiscal year? Is that, you're on 4.3? Officers will serve a term of 1 fiscal year.
I'm not following. What is the objection to the word shall? We can get a ruling from OGC if the word shall is. I would rather not go to OGC for the meaning of the word shall. So if this is substantive and if you think it actually changes the meaning, I personally don't see it, but I'm willing to listen. Okay.
I think my thought, wow. I mean, the word is used throughout all of the bylaws, so I don't think we can just say we'll change it in one place. And I think it's pretty common in bylaws. Have.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
honestly, if there's objection to the word shall, I would suggest we go to the OGC for looking at that. I wouldn't willy-nilly be swapping the word shall for the word must or so if there's a majority of the council that thinks it's some substantive reason not to use the word shall, we'll go to OGC and get that.
I said the word shall, will, and must are all words of obligation. So I don't know that, and every bylaws I've ever seen it said shall.
let's go through the rest of the changes and then we can debate the word shall a little bit and then.
I lost my copy, so I gotta go back. Darren, where was the
On
next
4.2.1
one?
or 4.2.2, any comments or feedback?
Okay, and then the next one. Yep. So this, we talked about, committee actions and, wanted to relook at how this was worded. So 6.8, all committee actions.
Daniel, can you move us to 6.8?
Oh, sorry, thank you. And then the changes which may result in a meaningful impact on TWC, VRD, customers and or stakeholders will receive prior approval of the full RCT or in the interim, the executive committee in accordance with committee procedures. So we looked at the actions and making sure we knew that, you know, a committee wasn't going to go out and make any changes or any recommendations without the full support of the council. So that meaningful impact on customers and or stakeholders is the change there.
And that includes even the budget of the council or in expenditures of council funds needs to come to the council for a full vote.
Any questions, thoughts, feedback on that proposed change?
And that was the last change.
Karen, anything to add? No. And I hope folks did review the full red line in the past 2 weeks. There's been a few tweaks, commas here, things there that Peggy or Karen took us through. But those three were the substantive change. A cool-off period of 3 months after each summit eligible for appointment, because prior to this proposed change, you serve the terms and then no idea when you can come back or not. Now we're codifying cool-down period, 3 months, then you're eligible for appointment, so there's no decision there. The 6.8, that any substantive change should come to the council for the council vote. This is especially important for committee work that truly substantive actions should come to the council from committees. And then the last one is clarification of how do we handle our elections, especially in cases of ties. So codifying our runoff process. Any comments other than, and I don't mean to belittle the word shall, right? But other than that, is there any other areas or topics that you want to discuss? Glenda, did you mind close the mic?
I move that the bylaws as reviewed and submitted with the changes be accepted.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
This is Karen, I second it.
Now your discussion. According to,
Thank you.
well, that's parliamentary procedure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So any discussion on the motion to accept bylaws with revisions as sent out to the council?
Call a question.
Anybody? not, you can call for a vote.
That's what I just did.
Yeas,
Uh,
folks on the line, council members on the line,
Hi, it's Jennifer.
who else? Who else on the line? Michelle. And Michelle. Are you guys abstaining? If you are, I'll call for that as well. Any nays in the room? On the line? Anybody abstaining? Or not paying attention? Okay. Motion carries. We have our updated and refreshed bylaws. Thanks, everybody. Glenda, thank you for keeping us on track. Okay. Next item on our agenda is public comments. We have a few minutes before we open the floor. We have at least one in-person public commenter, and we will also check of the folks who signed up on the line who wishes to make a public comment. And we shall do so at 4:45. So we have about 8 minutes. If anybody wants to take a short coffee break or whatnot, just make sure we're back by 4:45 for public comment. All right, guys, and we are back. We are back for the public comments. We are going to start with a public commenter who is in attendance, Mr. Steve Elliman. Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair, members of the RCT. My name is Stephen Elliman. I'm a policy specialist with Disability Rights Texas. Just in the interest of full disclosure, I am a colleague of Karen Stanfield, but we are not on the same team. I'm on a different unit, our policy services unit. And my responsibility at Disability Rights Texas is to monitor and advocate on statewide issues affecting people with disabilities. I'm here today to return to a topic that you discussed already today and in other meetings. That is the state budget for vocational rehabilitation program. I have a specific comment and request with regard to the state budget process that is ongoing now. It is known as the Legislative Appropriation Request, or LAR process. As you all, I believe, know, the state agency, PWC, has to submit its LAR this August of 2024 in preparation for the 89th legislative session that begins in January 2025. So my specific request is that at your next meeting, presumably in May of 2024, would be a very timely opportunity to have a very specific agenda item devoted to the TWC legislative appropriation request on vocational rehabilitation. I believe it is my opinion that it is within the scope of your charge to advise TWC and the commissioner on the voc rehab program to have a briefing and discussion and perhaps recommendations on the amount of the legislative appropriation request for the VR program. In short, last cycle's legislative appropriation request pretty much matched what the state legislature did in what's called House Bill 1, the General Appropriation Act, in the Title 7, which covers the budget for TWC. So the LAR does make a difference. It doesn't necessarily mean that the legislature will match it, but it usually is a very good guide for them. So in short, my recommendation is for the LAR that's being prepared for submission in August of this year, be on your agenda for a briefing and discussion at the next meeting in May of 2024. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, thank you. And just a reminder for all, we don't provide response to public comments, but we do take note of all of them and definitely take action on what we hear. Moving on is Mr. George Patchen. George Patchen, hopefully I'm saying that right. Is Mr. Patchen on the line with us for public comment? If you could raise your hand, you are online twice. So if you could raise your hand in Zoom, we will unmute you.
All right, looks like we may be connected. This is George Patron.
Absolutely. You have 3 minutes. Floor is yours.
All right, Mr. Chairman and committee members, I am excited to be here first time to hear your comments and to learn more about the tremendous work that the Workforce Commission and Vocational Rehab is doing for our citizens who are not currently independent, who want to become as independent as possible, and of course, if not keep their jobs, return to the workforce. I'm a developmental pediatrician and behaviorist with the Department of Defense. I retired from the Army as a colonel after 23 plus years, assisting us to provide the best health care in the Department of Defense for our service members and support their families. I decided 11 years ago in retirement here in San Antonio to be a voice for the voiceless with a nonprofit, which we've called Serendipity Alliance Healthcare Consultants. And our motto is pretty simple: a voice for the voiceless to end suicide. So the folks who have come our way by serendipity are those who are at the end of their rope. They cannot seem to get help with their various conditions and issues. And so that you would naturally find that I wind up taking care of or helping many of the clients that you all have been working with. So having done that, I wanted to let you know that as a navigator is what I usually wind up being with my team. We do in-home assessments if we need to. We interview the folks who are, again, even thinking suicide is the only option they have, and get them back to give them hope. And what I have found working with the Workforce Commission, with the medical organizations here in the San Antonio, Bexar County area, is what we lack is a centralized consensus on what a case manager is. And I submit that every organization that provides the services that our clients need to get into the workforce, if possible, what they're missing is case management. And that means consistency and continuity. I have found that the agents, from what I've seen at TWC, I appreciate the comments earlier about keeping employees in, stopping the door of them leaving, and giving them the training they need to be great vocational rehab folks and agents. Better training on case management, I think, is missing. If they would be empowered, and that means given the time resource to be able to be more present with their clients, that'd be great. But I know the caseload is large. Aside from case management, for those of our clients who are disabled, especially in the area of communications, so eyesight, hearing, voice, dyslexia, dysgraphia, and inability to read and write, they need a navigator to go with them to the many visits that we send them to get them workplace ready. And what I have found is that's one of the main ingredients missing. That's what I've been providing, and I usually provide it with my team on a temporary basis, but it's like we continue to be the family, if you will, in quotes, for our clients, because they need someone who will go with them. Not everyone, especially our adults, have, like our children do. As a pediatrician, we have the families that help bring the kids in, and then we have the IEP teams in the schools to surround the child disciplinary consultants. Our adults don't have that, and we can't rely on them to have family or friends that can take them. So we need to look at a new position, if you will, if we have to add a navigator. The last point I wanted to make is then, as a prideful of my primary care work I did throughout the years, is we're really missing, not only in Texas, but around the United States, primary care is missing. And if our clients come to us trying to get a job, keep a job, and they don't have primary care, we need to have a better, quick way to get them in to have someone named as the primary care provider. And again, I won't go into specifics down here in San Antonio. We got University Health System and the community health care services, especially for mental health. But what I see when I bring our clients to them is that they really don't get consistent, good primary care. And guess what? The medical folks also don't have case managers. And especially in mental health folks, I just brought up one.
We're actually on time. We're reached the slide. If you want to finish your comments in a
Sure.
few seconds, but
Yeah, and nowhere is that more important for what I talked about is mental health, that even bringing one of our current clients in, the psychiatrist said, we don't have case management, you're too difficult for us. And therefore that boomerangs them back into your lap, into our great TWC agents lap. Somebody has got to do the case management and the navigation. So I'm willing to be a partner on this and help us figure out how to make that happen for every one of our clients in the future.
thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Next, Ms. Nikisha Reagan, she has requested that we read her comments for the record. So I shall do so. Ms. Nikisha Reagan, she is a vendor with our program. And as a vendor with a VR program, she would like to know why the counselors are not providing prompt assistance to the clients. It is unacceptable that some clients have to wait for a month before receiving approval. Month are plural. I had a blind client whose case was tossed because her counselor was retiring and stated that she didn't have to complete the individual case file. This is unacceptable. Second point from Ms. Reagan. She would like to bring to the attention of VR staff within the state of Texas that she offers current job placement. However, certain managers are not willing to share the email addresses of the counselors. This is hindering the process of sharing important information with the counselors, and it needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Can VR add a staff directory with that updated emails to the online TWC site for each region to the state? So we're gonna incorporate that comment into the public record, and we will, I'm looking at Cheryl right now, we will address it as needed. Thank you, Ms. Regan. Mr. Chase Bearden. Is Mr. Bearden on the line with us? If you are, raise your hand. Okay, let's move on. Miss Ramona Brown. Is Miss Brown with us? If so, please raise your hand. Okay. Next, Miss Marcia McCleskey. There she is. If you could unmute, Miss McCleskey.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. I have some concerns I'd like to voice to the advisory board. I've been a VR provider since before DARS was dissolved. I am a certified diabetes education specialist. I have 45 years experience working as a program manager and provider for all types of persons with diabetes. I have a corporate small business owner and military work history. I'm advising you today a concern stemming from my current relationship with VR Blind Services. Over the last 6 months, the frequency and number of qualified referrals for diabetes training has dropped to a paltry number. As a reference, in 2019, I billed the state for $24,353. In 2020, $5,389. In 2021, $9,857. In 22, $7,873, and closing this year, $4,987. There's a significant difference from 2019 to the current level. I have customers who were assessed in late spring of 2023 who still don't have their equipment and their training has not been authorized. Typically, the equipment and the recommendation is provided at the submission of the assessment for payment and invoicing. Service authorizations also have been suggested for the total number of training hours. New referrals for VR blind diabetes clients are all but zero. I've asked my local, regional, and state level customer service contacts to give me some explanation on what's happening. I was concerned that the relationships and trust that I had built over the years was in some way fractured. I was concerned that the relationships and trust I had built was not enough to provide confident referrals. I and my fellow providers alienated ourselves from the staff, or have we had complaints from VR customers that have not gone forward to us? I'm presenting this concern on behalf of my personal region's concern, which is Region 2. I've been aware that the San Antonio area is likewise been impacted in the same way. Under my directorship, I have providers in Region 2 and in San Antonio. Communication is very important. Contractors spend much time and money getting the mandatory clinical credentials, UNT-WISE credentials, and in-service hours mandated to be a diabetes education provider for TWC. I have, without reservation, let your staff know when I'm not available or have a glitch in my availability. I don't sense the same state of open communication from TWC. Where are we going with diabetes education? Is there funding? If possible, I would like a timeline on the plan going forward. Fortunately, my group of providers are not totally dependent on TWC for our livelihood. There are, however, many other providers that have depended on the consistent referral of TWC funding to continue to provide contract hours. They have in some ways built their business model around the referral service for provision to TWC clients. To contract with TWC takes several months to complete the process from the RFA to the director's course. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council. I remain available for further discussion of this topic. I would encourage the council to speak to more types of contract providers and to ensure that the increase in communication flow is started immediately. The provider pool doesn't completely vanish if we don't continue to have good communication. People invest a lot of time and financial resources to provide quality services to TWC clients. At this point, I am completely confused as what to do with my business plan and whether to recruit additional providers. Thank you for this opportunity. I can submit my comments in writing if the council would like to have a record.
So we have first of all, Ms. McCluskey, appreciate your thoughts. Absolutely appreciate your thoughts. Your comments are on record, but we would absolutely welcome you also send them in writing to make sure that basically everything is exactly how you said it and nothing was misinterpreted in the transcription. So yes, please absolutely submit them in writing as well. But even if you don't, they are on record.
Thank you. I hope there'll be some downward communication from TWC to the providers on what the fiscal management policies are going to be.
Thanks so much. That concludes the public comments for today. We have another public comments session tomorrow at 12:45. If we're not able to make a comment today, you're more than welcome to do so tomorrow. And if you haven't yet signed up to do so, please submit your request for public comments by 11 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. We will adjourn the session for the day, and we will see everybody tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Thank you so much.